do you have any charities that I can help donate to?
Charity-wise, you can always give to the Human Rights Campaign, HRC. They would be great because they help fund lawyers and things around the U.S. for people who, and the ACLU, yes, thank you, links. Both of them fund people in minority groups for legal stuff as well as other charity cases that they might do. A whole lot of stuff. They do a plethora of things for people. So those will both be great charities.
Yeah, I think with fixing it, since I'm not that educated with what's happening in America, I just know the most tiniest bit. So I'm just one person. I cannot fix it, but I can try and donate to charity.
If you do the couple things that you've done so far that I just told you, and you guys keep up the protests that I've been seeing across Europe all online for us, keep doing that. It's being noticed. Even if it's not hitting the news, it's being noticed.
Yes. Well, because I do not agree with some of it, but you know what? That's just me. So, with me disagreeing doesn't mean they do not deserve rights.
Right. And that's the way it should be. That's my point, is that Christians in the U.S. have a problem where they cannot seem to leave their religion at home. Their God has to go with them to the voting booth and to our representatives, into our laws, into our everyday life, and it needs to stop. It's becoming a problem, quite literally.
Well, I really hope I've been kind and trying to help you guys as much as I can. I try to be so civil, and I understand it's absolutely awful out there.
Well,
but
your country and many others in Europe and Canada as well are actually taking Trump seriously when he talks about these things he wants to do. So they are preparing for war.
Trump is insane. I cannot stand the guy.
Yeah. So just do what you can around your own country to help things stay in a democratic way. Throw some money at those charities if you're able to, or if you people you know are able to, and don't give us any money beyond that. Don't visit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's already booked, but and it's not refundable. But other than that, I'm not going there again. So there's places in Europe which are way better weather, better culture, so much more. And I can buy.
U.S. has some good pockets of it, but unfortunately, those things are what's being destroyed right now. So bear with us. Stay tuned. We'll see.
Hopefully in 4 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping before that, Benny, because I think that we're going to last
2 years, maybe.
I don't even think we're going to last 2 years.
God.
Yeah.
I really don't. I really, really don't. We're going to be in a lot of trouble in 2 years' time, because look where he's at right now. He's already defying the courts.
Yeah, it's insane, but I've seen so much hatred and bigotry. But
he's made a lot of those people come out of the shadows. They've always been there.
Yes, and I've seen who was it? Oh, must do the how do you say this? I don't want to get you bad. That's the thing. How do I say it? The salute, which is disgusting, because I have Jewish friends in America, and I'm scared of them. I'm terrified of them.
Okay, and I'm not gonna lie to you. It's right now. As much as there's a lot of anti-Semitism here, Jewish people, for the most part, are a lot safer than certain other groups, but I'm not saying they are safe at all. By when I say that, please don't take it that way. But I'm saying there are groups that are a lot less safe right now.
Sorry, I'm making noises. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Benny. For example, our immigrants, both legal and undocumented. He's trying to change a lot of the laws and amendments, and he's trying to do a lot of things to take away a lot of people's rights.
That's why I say, if they're going to deport anybody, they should be deporting the Tate brothers. Like, I mean,
Whoa, but they get a fucking dinner at Mar-a-Lago
right.
for running a sex trafficking ring for women and girls.
He literally beat a 15-year-old girl up with a belt on video.
And y'all are like welcoming him to fucking Mar-a-Lago. This is the problem. Like, you all claim to be the party of decency and law and order, but then you vote for a fucking criminal who rapes women, and then we have Christian nationalism fucking taking gay people's rights away, women's rights away. They're not going to stop. And after immigrants, all of them after immigrants for no fucking reason, other than some minor incidents that are outliers that the police really should be taking more active involvement in, or the FBI should be, and not the fucking ICE.
Right. You know, and when I worked with ICE, it is such a, like, they were already just barely like getting by, like with just the amount of deportations that they were doing, just without all this pressure, you know. Like, when this was, you know, back in like maybe 2016 to 2020, and it was like trying to herd cats, you know. It's just, it's a lot. And
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just
It's a lot.
The loss of humanity that happens when they're trying to be, you know, like getting more people deported, and they're only having like one or two ICE agents that are in charge of them, putting them on these rickety old airplanes, and then, you know, flying them to wherever. It's just, I don't know. You got to see it up front.
And can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
It's like The Handmaid's Tale, just starting up. And
Exactly what it feels like, especially with the recent attempt to, and I don't know how successful it was yet. I have to reread about it. There's independent agencies that he just recently tried to put under the executive that are never supposed to be under anybody's thumb. I can't remember the three independent agencies that he just did, and they were. I have to look it back up, but it's ones who monitor. I think it's our banking and our maybe the news people too. I know he was after them at some point anyway. I have to look it up. But there's three independent agencies that monitor various functions that we have that are
like watchdog agencies.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. I was like,
he's trying to put them under his control, under the executive control.
oh my god, why is, like, well, I mean, I know why. This is exactly what Schmittler did. It's called consolidating power.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to. And they even keep using that term. He's trying to consolidate power.
Yeah, it's what every, you know, FASCIST, I forgot how to spell there for a second, does. Do we want some more guests up, or?
Oh yeah, Natalie, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
yeah, also with the science denial, stupid.
What was that?
Also with the science denial, is stupid, because science is important.
Oh yeah.
Because it saved my life.
Yeah, in this country, they deny any type of bioscience, like any like biology itself, anatomy, medicine, any of those things. They deny those things here because, like, we have vaccine deniers, we have people like flat earthers thrive here. Like all kinds of stuff, evolution deniers, like all of it, and mostly based on the Christian doctrine, of course.
Well, how can I say this? There is some stuff, which I do not agree with. For example, surrogacy. But you know what? Because to me, it's just wrong. Because women can get hurt by it.
Yeah.
But I'm not a lawmaker. I can't do much to help it, but I'll try to help you guys as much as I can.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I promise you, those three things I already gave you, those are going to be your best line of help for us, because not much else is going to be able to reach us or help us because you can't affect our government directly. But those things do help, even if it feels like they don't.
All right, thank you.
Are you in no degree getting along? Are you in no degree required getting along?
He's one of the ones that takes me a minute to build up to, because he's just...
Yeah. No, I was just wondering, because...
I'm going to let him hang out in there for a little while. He can hang out for a minute. He'll be fine.
I just go and take my medication.
Right.
But just one more thing. Science is so useful for me because I'm chronically ill. I have a lot of illnesses, but my meds are so helpful to me. I don't get Christians who are like, oh yeah, it's evil, it's woke, government, it's
Right.
not.
It's all the Bible tells them they should pray their stuff away, so what do you do?
Yeah, I'm just, as somebody that has to take hormone replacement therapy to keep my gender affirmed, so I don't like turn into like something that I don't feel as inside.
Right.
And I'm not trans. Like, this is me trying to stay cisgender. It's scary if it's like something that we're not provided anymore, and it's all because people can't like deal with it. Like, you don't realize how many people you're hurting, not even like that are even like part of what you think is the problem.
Yep. They're hurting outside people. They're basically, people are catching strays they didn't even realize they were catching.
Right.
They don't care who they hurt, though.
No, they don't.
They don't care at all.
They really don't. All right, Natalie, I appreciate you coming up. You have a great one, okay?
Thank you. God bless. I hope you're well.
Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, it is a problem. It's a major problem. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's wild to me that people are like, oh, gender affirming care doesn't exist. And it's like, literally, I had cancer. I had to get my whole testosterone producing system removed from my body, plus some. And if I don't get that kind of medicine, my body will literally start like growing like breasts, and my like hormones will go all over. I'll like sweat, and it's just wild. I guess whatever, if it comes to a point to where I can't get it anymore, thanks, bigots. I don't know.
Hey, like, I don't understand the fixation on things that will never harm them.
Right.
That will never touch them, that has nothing to do with them, that like, I get so frustrated because their obsession with other people's genitals and what they do with them is weird. And it's gotten to the point where it bleeds over into so many things. Women's rights, because they're so concerned with women's bodies. Gay rights, because they cannot stand the idea of people doing whatever it is that they feel. It's just, I don't get it.
I think they're just jealous on that one. They're just
Right.
they protest too much, Lindsey Graham.
I don't know.
I think it's interesting that you said, something that has nothing to do with them, because Trump's first week in office literally was targeting people that had nothing to do with them, things that had nothing to do with him. And, my primary friend group, right? I live in Indiana. They live in Oklahoma City. So unfortunately, we both live in very red states. I am the only what they would consider cis, white, straight woman of our group, right? So I will never understand, because, a lot of people tell me, oh, well, you say you're a Christian, but you support gay rights, or, you support people being transgender, or you support ABs. Like, hell yeah, I do. And I always will, because first off, it's none of my business what somebody else does with their body or the reason that they did it. And secondly, like all these deportations, right? Like, my husband is Mexican, so, and we're pregnant with our first child together. So it's like, that's already really scary for us. And it's funny because a lot of the MAGA supporters, I'll ask them, I'll be like, okay, so how does it personally affect you with the immigrants living here?
Right.
And
Like, especially in like Indiana, you know, like, or some
Right.
of these like states, like I'm in Nebraska, and like that's all I hear about is the border and stuff. It's like, you mean the border that's what, freaking 10, 15 hours away?
well, right.
Right.
And it's, you know, they either can't give me an answer or they try to give me a cop out and they're like, oh, well, they don't pay taxes. I said, first off, they pay significantly more in taxes than Americans do. And secondly, it's harder for them. They have to work a lot harder because they get paid lower than we do. In addition, they don't get any government assistance whatsoever. So
they get some small amounts from their individual states if their individual state has a program, but even that's not near enough for people to be so upset about. It's weird to me that the GOP freaks out, or MAGA freaks out about things that genuinely have this much impact or no impact on their lives, but then they ignore the very blatant things that are going to obliterate most of their other parts of their life.
yeah, absolutely. Like a prime example, I guess, of the, they're not mad until it affects them. There was a woman who was 100% a Trump supporter. She was all for MAGA, blah, blah, blah. And then she posted after Trump had threatened to freeze all the federal funding, she had posted a TikTok of her absolutely having a mental breakdown because she was like, I'm not going to get my food stamps anymore, la da da. And I was like, this is what you guys voted for. Like, and here's the thing. I'm the type of Christian that I try not to be vindictive in the sense of, hey, this is what you get. You know what I mean? I try not to have that attitude, but it was more so of a thing of, okay, I'm not surprised,
Right.
like this is what you guys said you wanted and this is what's happening.
This is what's funny is like if you pay attention, like the messaging from them when I had these debates with them, or when I talked to any MAGA at all, or anybody who's just voted for him who just was conservative. Originally,
Hey, excuse me a minute, sir. May I make a remark?
Sure, go ahead, Tony. Are you over 18
All
first?
right.
I'm assuming you
I
are.
seen on your thing up here, you're talking about Christians taking away rights of LGBTQIA and women. I hate to tell you this, brother, but your statement's wrong. I'm a Christian, and we don't take away nobody's rights.
Yeah, I would just like to respond to Haley's comment down here. You can't be Christian and support things contrary to the God in the Bible. Yeah, it's not me necessarily supporting what they're doing. It's me supporting that this is their life and their choice, and God is the only one that can judge us. Jesus literally hung out with Mary Magdalene, who was a prostitute. Jesus didn't discriminate against anybody, and it's not our job to do that either.
Yeah, ma'am, you remember when Jesus Christ was supposed to had come up to the woman and knelt down and was supposed to have been writing in the dirt.
What?
And he looked up at her and asked her, ma'am, where are your accusers? And she said, there are none. And he said, well, don't worry about me because I'm not accusing you of anything.
Hold on, Tony.
Go and be saved.
Hold on 1 second, Tony. What was that, Mac?
He's talking about the woman caught in adultery.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh, okay.
But
I thought that might have been it, but I wasn't sure.
He doesn't understand the intent of that passage or what it means.
Gotcha.
Right.
I just wanted to clarify because like people are like, oh, you support this or you support this. Like, no, I support people living their lives the way they want to because it's not my job to judge them and it's not yours either. So why are you being an asshole?
Right.
They're still going to be judged for it, right?
Right.
I'm sorry if cursing. I didn't ask if cursing was allowed. I have a sailor mouth. I'm so sorry.
Mouth, so it's fine. I do too. It's fine.
They're still going to be judged for it, though, right?
Well, I
And
mean, if
ma'am,
God
do
wants to
you
judge me,
you say you're an Indian?
No, not you when you're swearing. the
I'm sorry,
LGBT.
what?
I'm not an
Hang
Indian.
on.
I'm from Indiana.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's okay. It's okay.
Tony.
He's elderly. Maybe he had a hard time here, and
It's
I'm
okay.
not judging.
You know,
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm disabled and can't work or nothing. So yeah, y'all forgive me.
that's fine.
It's okay.
You know,
We're not judging.
no judgment. Just trying to make sure we're all on task here. That's all.
Hi, Christina.
You know what's crazy too is a lot of people do raise an eyebrow at me when I tell them that I'm a Christian, you know, because their beliefs different, or I can't necessarily say differ from mine, because I am aware what the Bible says and what it says to do and not to do. But at the same time, I just believe in the ultimate golden rule of treat others the way you want to be treated, because I truly believe that that's what Jesus would want, you know, because Jesus literally died for our sins. Like,
Amen.
so
And here's the
Yes,
thing.
he did.
Okay, I appreciate that, but what are you? Here's my issue, though.
Yeah.
So,
We need
what-
Christians to stand up to the Christians that aren't being, you know, the real Christians.
right. Yeah, I guess how do I explain? Sorry, I have ADHD, so sometimes I know what I'm trying to say and I'm trying to get it out the right way.
Why aren't they real Christians?
Well, that's what I was going to say is I try not to tell people that they're not real Christians, because again, that would still be a form of judgment on my part. So, you know, if they're Christians, great. If they believe in God, great. That doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with some of their life choices or the things that they say. And that definitely doesn't mean that I have to have them in my immediate circle. But, you know, that's just me.
Well, it also states in the Bible, "Judge not that ye be judged."
And
Yeah,
you know, one of the biggest things that gets me too is, you know, back to the whole Jesus died for our sins thing. Like, on the opposite side of the spectrum, I don't like people who claim to be Christian and think that, oh, well, Jesus is going to automatically forgive me for this because he died for my sins. But then on the other side, you know, it's kind of like, you don't know what Jesus is going to forgive and what he's not going to forgive. So why are you trying to pass that judgment on somebody else before God himself has the chance to do that? Like, I don't understand.
Well, Kay, can I ask you a question? Are you a Christian?
Absolutely, I am.
Okay, well, you ain't got to worry about it, because Jesus Christ already forgave you of your sins, and whatever sins you've done, they are washed away, so you ain't got to worry.
So it's just the get out of jail free card, huh?
Yeah, can Kaylin
That's
still
Wow.
still sin though? Like, what about sins that she hasn't done?
Well, they're forgiven also.
Okay, I was just checking.
Dang, Benny, don't be calling me out. What the hell, man?
This is more about, you know, like how Jesus is forgiving and how his processes would work in.
Right, but you can't just use that as an excuse to be a crappy person, in my opinion, you know?
Well, I just, you know, when I hear things like Jesus has forgiven all sin, you know, then how does sin still exist? You know, like,
That's fair. I could see that point of view.
that's just kind of the questions that come to mind.
Yeah, I don't know. I just...
So Tony,
Benny-
before we get
Benny,
too far,
can-
here, Tony, are you disagreeing with what I'm saying up here then?
Who's that?
You're Tony, right?
No, I don't disagree with what you're saying,
Okay.
but I just disagree with what you're saying about the taking away the rights of LGBTQIA and stuff like that.
Why do you
Like, look
disagree
here.
with that?
Why do you
Yes, I'm a true Christian, and I'm not worried about what other people, how they live their life and what, you know.
I'm sorry. Does the board say Tony is taking away the rights?
I just try to want to show them love that, they ain't got to worry about me.
Tony, darling, I think you're agreeing with what's up there because that's what we're talking about, honey. We're agreeing that we're good to people regardless of what they do with their lives. It's okay if you accidentally misread it. I just wanted to let you know that's what we were talking about.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm not a Christian, but if I were to be a Christian, the way that I read, kind of the character of Jesus, or one of the ways that the character of Jesus could be read is, he would be standing up for the trans population. He would be standing up for the immigrants or the any kind of marginalized group, like that. That does seem to be, like the one of the ways that he's, perceived as.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people have the misconception when I say that, I brought up the whole Mary Magdalene thing. Like, I'm not saying that Jesus agrees with the things that people are doing, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that he was still a supportive human being, and yeah, he maybe doesn't want them to sin anymore, but that he still helped them when they needed it and showed that he was a good person. So that was the point that I was trying to make.
Right. No, I think what you were saying earlier, I mean, like, I kind of felt like that's how, if I were a Christian, that's how I would probably want to go about things, instead of, like using the Bible as this checklist of what is, like wrong with the world,
Right. And I mean, again, it doesn't mean that you have to keep that person in your immediate circle. It doesn't mean you have to be friends with them, but still being kind to them goes a long way,
Right.
May I say this to everybody? Everybody have a blessed day, and we'll talk to y'all again later on.
All right. Sounds good. Have a good one, Tony.
You, Tony.
Haley, darling, you had some stuff you wanted to talk to me about. You can go ahead if you want.
Yes, of course. How are y'all, first off?
Hi, Haley. First, real quick, are you over 18?
Yes, I'm 22.
Go ahead.
I'm very pregnant, but I'm hanging in there.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Exciting. So I was just coming on here to say that I think a lot of Christians are either too far one way or too far the other. Like, for instance, some are all about, oh, you're going to perish and da-da-da, and just all that. And then some are too far to the other side where it's just like, well, Jesus is love and love this and love, and all that. But we have to remember that Jesus is like right in the middle. Like he absolutely loves every single one of us so dearly, but we can't get it twisted. He absolutely called us out of sin. He called us out of the things of the world and the things that they, once did, just like he sat with sinners, but he didn't just sit with them to sit. He sat to have influence over them, to call them out of the lifestyle that they live and for them to follow him.
See,
I think that's fair.
This is where, like I kind of take a little bit of a different approach when, like, if I were a Christian, I would want to try and push the more kind of peaceful, loving Jesus. But in the Bible, I think it's fair to say that Jesus believes in something as such as like eternal punishment, and I don't think that that's honestly really like laid out in the Old Testament or anywhere before, and to like conceive of such a thing as eternal punishment, I think does get a little concerning, because I think that brings a lot of baggage with it.
Yeah, I think that I have a hard time personally, and I'll be vulnerable and honest here for a second. I have a hard time personally, like if somebody has been really bad to me in my life, right? Like they just have not been kind or a good person. I have a hard time thinking about things like eternal punishment, because I'm like, dang, this is like a really bad person. Like they've done really, really bad stuff. Like, and I'm like, but at the same time, I don't want to have that feeling of, oh, they deserve to go to hell, because again, that's me casting judgment on things that I have no business casting judgment on,
Well, we have to also understand that in scripture, it is very well said that it breaks the heart of Jesus for those that do go. He doesn't want any to perish. It says in scripture, it says,
His will is that none perish, but all should have everlasting life. That's his desire, but we also have free will. And we also have to understand that hell wasn't made for us. It wasn't supposed to be for us.
Right.
Is God all knowing?
Yes, but I do believe absolutely that he lowers himself down, like he kind of.
So I asked a very specific question.
Yeah, I know, but this is a little bit more complex to where I want.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is because I
No,
want
you're answering the question you want to answer.
No, I'm answering exactly what you want me to answer. If I
You don't know because I asked you a question and then you started answering another one.
Well, no, you're just over speaking me, and I'm telling you exactly.
No, because you are not answering the question I asked you.
Can I answer that question too? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I personally believe God is all-knowing. However, I do believe also that, like, and this is just an added side note for that, Lester. I also believe that, because a lot of people ask questions like, you know, if God was real, then why would he let all this bad stuff happen? Blah, 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 you know, and to be fair, that's a fair argument. You know what I mean? Like, I am not putting that
I'm making.
down. Sorry, what'd you say?
I can say what
Yes,
I
do
can
believe
say
he's
what I'm
all
saying
knowing.
if you guys are interested.
Yeah.
I do absolutely believe that he's all-knowing. Scripture tells us that, but also I believe that he withholds some of his knowledge and things like that so that he doesn't overtake.
Yeah, Scripture doesn't tell you that he's all-knowing.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, basically my point I wanted to make is I believe that God is all-knowing, but God created man and gave him free will. So I guess
God
that
all-knowing?
I believe so.
Okay.
Well, Scripture says it multiple
Did
times.
he create hell?
I believe so. He casted Satan into hell, right?
Did he create hell knowing people would end up going there?
If he's all-knowing, I can't
I
imagine.
think in
why
a
he
sense,
wouldn't
absolutely,
know.
because
then he
Scripture tells
created hell
us.
for people.
Well, no, it was created for Satan and stuff, but also it's for people that
Did he
choose
know?
not to follow him. Though that's the thing.
Did
That's
he
what we have to
know?
understand too. Yes,
he
he knows all
know?
things. Yes,
Did
but
he
let me.
know that people would be going to hell
You
when he created hell?
literally just speak over people. I'm trying to explain.
He's
to you.
asking specific.
You're avoiding the
I said
question.
yes, I said yes.
Here's the thing. Hold on. I'm going to establish something really quick. You don't need to explain any parts of it because most of us here, all of us, as a matter of fact, except for maybe one exception, have read this Bible enough to know what the stories are. You don't need to explain the context. We know what they are already. So when Mac's just trying to get you direct questions, that's all he's trying to do. It's not about speaking over. It's just trying to get direct questions answered because this is the heart of the matter.
Haley, I get what you were trying to do. I think he's just looking for like straight yes or no answers.
Right.
Yeah, it's a very simple like syllogism. It's just
Right.
he's all-knowing. He created hell, meaning he knew hell would have people in it before he created it, and he still created it, so he created hell for people.
So Lester, to build off of the questions that you're asking, so you know let's say go by your theory and say he created hell for people, right? Do you think that he already knew by giving man free will that there would be some people that would sin to the point where that's where they would serve their eternal punishment?
Oh, free will.
I don't think he gave men free will.
Yeah, free will is not biblical. It was introduced in the Christianity in the 3rd or 4th century by Tertullian, and he stole it from Stoicism and paganism. The Bible actually.
Oh, really? You guys are educating me because I didn't know that. Thank you for that.
The Bible actually proves on several occasions is incredibly predeterministic. The ones that come to mind immediately are Ephesians 1:11, where God basically says, "These are the people of Israel that I have chosen, that I have made my people, and nothing happens without like my plan." And then we can also go to Romans 9, which is the allegory of the clay and the potter. And he goes, so what if I make some for glory and some for destruction? Meaning, so what if he makes humans to go to heaven explicitly and go to hell?
In fairness, Paul is saying that about God.
Paul is.
Well, man, if that's the case, then I can't imagine how disappointed God is in the world right now. Damn.
Well, how is it even possible that he's disappointed? He's all-knowing.
He already knew this was going to be this way.
You know, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, he can still be disappointed with people's actions, even if he is all-knowing, right?
Right? No, but that's what
it's going to happen that way. I mean, are we assuming that we can surprise God by like how we are?
Sorry, maybe I'm not explaining myself well. I don't know. I guess to me,
here's the thing.
I can help you out with this.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I've been saying this for a while now. Christians really do themselves a disservice by claiming these omni-properties.
Yeah, they really do.
The Bible does not support it, for one, and two, it makes the God impossible, and
It backs
three,
you
it
into
absolutely obliterates free will.
Yeah, it backs you all into a corner that you all cannot back out of without extreme special pleading that just takes logic too far out of it.
Yeah, and like for instance, like God was surprised when he had to flood the earth. You know, like
Yeah, he regretted
Like
it.
a God who has regret, like the word regret, like a God who regrets or feels bad or feels he shouldn't have made the world or the people in it, is a God who doesn't know everything.
And I think it's okay to not
that's
know everything.
that's good though. That's fair.
Like you can't have regret if you know everything.
And
Lester, I get what you're saying though, as far as your point, and that's fair. I just, I guess I'm personally one of those Christians that, you know, sometimes I forget the fact that God is all knowing, right? And so if I like do something bad, or if I'm not very kind to somebody, then I kind of have that mentality of, man, he must be so mad at me right now. Like I feel like such a terrible person type thing. So
yeah, but I mean, honestly, I don't. He's not all knowing. Look, you seem like an honest person. I'm gonna give you a couple.
Well, thank you. I try to be.
I want to get your thoughts on it. Okay, so in Genesis, and I'm doing this from memory, so it won't be word for word, but the point will be there. It'll be like, you know, I'll give it like 94% accuracy. So in Genesis chapter 18, starting at verse 20, God is talking to himself, and he says, "How grievous is the outcry from Sodom and Gomorrah, or sorry, how great is the outcry from Sodom and Gomorrah, and how grievous is their sin? I must go down now and check to see if what I've heard is true. If not, then I will know." Right? So to me, that tells me two things. It tells me, one, God is not omniscient because there's something he has to go and confirm. He's only heard about it. He doesn't know what happened. And two, he's not omnipresent because he said he has to go down to Sodom and Gomorrah to find out.
Okay. I wonder.
I will say this really quick to add to that. There's a part where he's in the garden story that has this very similar issue. Where
that makes me wonder where we got the thing of like he's all knowing. Then maybe it's.
I mean, there
was the church fathers.
Yeah.
It made it.
Well, yeah. No, there is a verse in, I want to say John maybe, that says God knows everything. Right? It's a Christian precept that gets laid over this Jewish God.
Is it like a scare tactic to be like, "Hey, God already knows you did this"? Like,
I think it's more. I mean, it's probably part of it, but I also think it's like a grandiosity thing, like to make it like even more powerful. You know?
It's kind of like you ever have like the story, or like you ever have people who in your life who like they go fishing and they're like, "Yeah, I caught a fish that was this big," and they hold like their hands like a foot apart, but then they go to tell the story to their buddies, and then all of a sudden the fish gets 2 feet bigger.
Yeah.
And then 2 feet
okay.
and then
I
2
see.
feet bigger. Because
So,
like, you know,
how can y'all like say that he's not all knowing though? Whenever like Scripture says numerous times that like Jesus knew things before they were going to happen, and knew it was going
Because
to
of the
happen.
reasons we just described to you, the God
Let's talk
himself.
about what's on the teleprompter that he had behind him.
We
About
did get a
the
little off
blessed
topic, didn't we?
Huh?
Let me address her real quick, and then yes, we can do that. Give me 1 second. So, Haley, the reasons we say that is because of the reasons we just described. There's a lot of inconsistencies in the logic of these omnipresence and all the qualities you guys give the God. It contradicts the things that are actually written in the very text itself. For example, like Max said, him having to go down and find out. First, that shows you two things, like Mac pointed out. That means he's not everywhere all at one time because he had to go somewhere to find out. And that means he's not all knowing because he did not know about it. He had to go down to find out. So it contradicts just because Jesus claims these other things. There's whole other issues with that as a whole anyway.
I completely understand where y'all are coming from and what you're saying. So that's why I also do believe that God limits his all-knowingness too, just so that we can be able to.
But then you.
that's a contradiction.
But you can't call him all-knowing then if he has to limit himself, because that means he doesn't know. Because you either know or you don't know. Which is it?
But
Yeah,
He's
Again,
not
choose-
a
like,
person. He's a spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like he's God.
Well, I
he's
mean,
not the
can
same
you
as
choose to
us.
forget that 1 + 1 = 2?
right.
Can you like just
Right,
like
but I'm not God. I'm not a spirit. I'm a person limited in this
You
world.
claim to
God
be a
is
spirit
God.
in a human body, though. So,
Right,
like,
but I'm not God. You know, I'm not the all-knowing God. You know what I'm saying?
you-
That's
you're-
different.
here's the thing. You're literally telling me this by the statement you made with this. You're telling me that the Son can both exist and not exist at the same time. It's the same concept.
No,
That's
I'm saying
it's
though it's
literally
different
the
when it
same
comes.
thing.
I'm saying it's different when it comes to God of the universe.
But the thing of it is, though, you're telling me he limits himself, which tells me he doesn't know something, which would mean he's not all-knowing.
No, I was just saying that he limits himself in certain senses, like in certain aspects.
What aspects does he limit
Well,
himself?
in just anything, he can limit himself in certain things so that he
No,
doesn't.
that's a vague answer. I want to.
I think it's really important. This is probably an important part in the
I was just saying
conversation
too, I
to
believe.
say too. You know, we are all different humans. We all do have different opinions about obviously this and everything else in the world. So Haley, you know, even if after all of this you still believe that God is all knowing, like it's okay for you to believe that. I don't want you to
Yeah.
defend your answer like, you know, to the death because like, oh, you feel attacked. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
like
no,
it's
no,
okay.
not at all. I don't feel that way at all. I'm just conversating with y'all truly. I have like nothing against y'all, and like I'm learning. Y'all do seem to be very smart. Y'all know a lot, and I was just conversating with y'all. There's no hard feelings whatsoever.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure you weren't feeling like defensive or anything.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I do want to do what Bimo suggested and get back to one of the topics here, though. So,
course.
Bimo,
I actually,
go ahead.
it's kind of in correlation to your topics. It's kind of like a side branching topic, but this was on my mind for a second. Just for the Christians on the panel, do you think that non-believers are going to go to hell?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it does say in the Bible that you do have to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior if you want to be accepted into the kingdom of heaven.
So addendum. I don't believe in the Christian God or Jesus. And I try to live my life as a relatively good person. I donate to charities. I volunteer. I adopt rescue animals. I've never actually gone to a breeder. I live my life, in accordance with. Hold on, Gene. In accordance with the laws and being righteous and sticking up for marginalized groups. So I would consider myself a fairly decent person. And there are other people who are non-believers, atheists, or other belief systems who I could also consider far greater than me, who have done mountains of like good work on earth. Like you could look at them like straight in the face and just kind of be like, yeah, that's a good person. But if their only sin is non-belief, don't you think it's a little unfair that they're being sent to hell for that?
Well, see, the thing is that their only sin isn't non-belief. We've all sinned. We've all come short of the glory of God. So, absolutely, I agree that like y'all are kind people. I'm not saying that people that don't believe aren't kind, and Jesus isn't saying that either. That's a matter of fact why he came was because we couldn't keep the law. We still can't keep the law, and that's exactly why we need Jesus. So it's not necessarily.
Well, that's actually not true.
Hey,
But
can I say
Kaylin.
Well, no,
Kaylin,
it's.
Hold on. Kaylin and Jean, I would love to hear their justifications as to if they think that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, can I get in there?
Yeah, go ahead, Gene. You're good.
Okay, heaven is perfect. There's no sin there. And so sin is not allowed in heaven. And so Jesus had to come and redeem us from that sin to allow us to get to heaven. Okay? And Lynn or whatever, you said something about all your good works. Well, if you are 99%, that means you got 1% that's not good.
So the 1% is just me not believing in your Jesus?
Because heaven's perfect, and 99 is not perfect.
They're hypocrite, and that's what most Christians in this country are hypocrites.
Well, so is the non-Christians.
So-called Christians and are hypocrites. This election proved it. When they founded this country, they founded on so-called Christian nationalism. They were the same ones stuffing their Bibles as they was committing atrocities against my people. They was going to church on a Sunday and next day, Monday, having picnics and having my people swing from trees. It's a bunch of bull.
So you
Well,
forgot
I mean,
about
be
your,
more careful. I mean, hold on, be more careful. They're still doing that. In
so
fact,
you forgot about
don't
that in
believe
hold on, Gene,
Africa.
hold on, Gene, hold
Well,
on, Gene.
Link, if I could answer your
Yeah, give me,
question.
I'll come back for you for a second. I just want to go off of something
Okay.
be more careful said. They're still doing that because if you know anybody, or if you yourself have ever worked in the restaurant industry as a server or a waitress, you know the absolute worst and most aggravating time to work is the Sunday afternoon church crowd.
15 years of food service. I can attest to that.
I agree. As a
But
Christian,
go ahead,
I
Kaylin.
agree.
What do you think? Do you think it's fair that just because I don't believe in your God, I'm going to hell?
So
Sure.
I have two sides to the coin if you're willing to listen to both.
Sure.
The first side is, do I personally, in my opinion, think it's fair? No, I don't think it's fair. And that feels wrong to say because I do claim to be a Christian and, you know, Jesus is my Lord and Savior, you know.
No, I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, so it does feel wrong to say that and go against what he says. But on the other side of the token, if I could explain a little bit, I do feel like the reason, I guess, that is like the big thing that Jesus and God wants from everybody is because he did die for everybody's sins. And so for people not to recognize that and the price he paid for everybody, the only thing I could really think, in my opinion, is that it's like a slap in the face to him. But to answer your question, no.
Well, no, I appreciate the candid honesty, but to kind of push back a little bit, he didn't die for everybody's sins. Again, there are multiple times in the Bible where Jesus' red letter says he only came for the lost sheep of Israel. And if you're a Gentile, he doesn't care. The Gentile thing being grafted in was Paul, who a lot of problems, and I'm sure Dugald has discussed this, a lot of problems with modern Christians is that they're more Pauline Christians rather than actual Jesus Christ Christians.
I haven't
Because
brought
they
it up
take-
today, no, but yeah.
Yeah, because they take his word as gospel more so than apparently what Jesus actually said. Paul is the one who grafted them in, and keep in mind, Paul never actually met Jesus when he was alive. He fell off his horse, bumped his head, and had a hallucination. And I'm not being disingenuous. We can't prove that he actually saw anything because, like, he was in the desert and he fell and bumped his head, saw stuff that usually sounds like hate trauma.
Links, if you want my 100% honesty, and there's a lot of people that are going to be mad at me when I say this, and that's fine. But this is me being 100% vulnerable in front of everybody.
Yes.
I would be lying if I said that there were never times when I thought to myself, like I asked myself, you know, if Christianity or any religion for that matter is simply a way for people, or a thing for people, I guess, who can't accept death, or that there's nothing after death, right? Like I've asked myself that multiple times, you know, and I decided, like, I'm a pretty positive person, right? Like there's a lot of bad stuff that has happened to me in my life, and I just keep trucking along. That's just the type of person that I am. So
no, again, I appreciate the candid honesty. You actually seem to have a genuine kind of accountability to yourself and to your beliefs. You have admitted that you don't think it's fair that non-believers go to hell, which is more I can say for the other two Christians on the panel, but we can go from there.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know. I try to be honest with myself, and you know, I guess I'm kind of at the point where, do I believe in God and Jesus? Yes. Do I come to points at certain times where I question, like, man, what really happens after death? Like, yes, absolutely, you know.
Well, I think it's very natural to do that as well. You know, even I and everybody has, I think, you know. I think that it would be wrong if we didn't question things and seek answers. You know, that would be very guilty, you know. And so, yeah, I do get that.
But yeah, getting back to the prompt, Dugald, I actually wanted to give you something to chuckle at. So my best friend Jazz and we were painting together not too long ago, and we started talking about the end of the world, right? And it was interesting because we're reading all these things about the end of the world, and of course it's all like really terrifying and scary. And she looks at me, and I'll never forget it. She goes, because, you know, it says in the Bible, you know, there's going to be an antichrist, and then Jesus is going to come back and fight with his followers against the antichrist, you know, all this stuff. And I'll never forget the way she looked at me. And it was so sad because she had all this fear in her eyes, and she was like, do you think Donald Trump is the antichrist? And I was I was like,
He
you
fits
know,
the description at the very least.
Yeah,
Whether
yeah.
I don't believe in this stuff, but like he does fit that description.
I was like, I don't know, but honestly, it's kind of looking that way.
I will say that I don't
Much
believe
about the
that.
chip.
Well, I mean, to assuage any of your fears, Kaylin, Revelation was a commentary on Rome at the time. It was not actual apocalyptic literature for like thousands and thousands of years down the road.
Well, yeah, because when you read stuff like pillars of salt are going to fall and crush people, like that's pretty terrifying.
The Antichrist and the beast named in Revelation was actually Caesar Nero, or Kaiser Nero, who was the emperor at the time. And don't get it twisted. Nero was a fucker. Like he was a nasty guy. But that's who they're talking about when they think of the Antichrist, because people were so damn afraid of this psychotic nut job that they actually thought and believed that he was so evil that when he inevitably unalived himself, he was gonna resurrect just to cause more fucking shit. Like that was actually a real fear back then.
Hey, Links.
Yes.
If this is true, what you're saying, China in 1961 boasted that they could put together a 200 million man army. Back when all this was wrote that you're talking about, there wasn't 200 million people in the world. See how the prophecy is coming to pass.
No, it's not. It's actually not, Gene, because the thing about Revelation that people tend to miss is that Revelation is supposed to happen in order. There is a certain number of things that have to happen first. This is why when people say something like the Euphrates River is drying up as proof of Revelations, I'd laugh. Because again, like that's like seal number what, 6 out of 7?
The 6th bowl
Back
of
to
wrath.
Euphrates River.
Yeah, but
It's the
Gene,
6th
it's
bowl.
supposed to happen in order. And trust me, the other 5 seals we would have noticed, because the very first seal is Jesus returning to Earth.
Right.
No, the rapture has to take place first.
No, the rapture is not biblical. The rapture was a
Rapture's not even in the
1990
Bible.
dogma.
The rapture
Like,
is in the Bible.
No, where's the
Rapture was, I think, 1840.
Read the 2nd chapter of Thessalonians.
Wait. So I'm hearing two different things. So I want to hear Gene's side and I want to hear Dugald's side about the rapture, because this is interesting. Gene, go ahead.
The rapture, it doesn't have the word rapture, but it says the catching away. Okay, same difference, same meaning, catching away, rapture, taken from this earth. The true believers at the time are going to be taken up because they're going to be the last 7 years, what they call the tribulation period, where this Antichrist is going to come in and he's going to make peace throughout the world. He's going to sign a peace treaty with Israel for 7 years. And then Israel is going to be able to start sacrificing again like they did in the Old
So I
Testament.
guess you got to restart the clock, right? Since Israel just violated the peace agreement they had.
Right.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's
But,
not-
Okay. So Dugald,
restarting
I
the
want to
clock.
hear your side on that now.
well, I do also, Dugald, I have the time period that the rapture was invented.
Go ahead.
It was invented in the 1930s by the work of John Nelson Darby, a founder of the Plymouth Brethren movement. And I hate to say it, just researching it for a couple minutes will lead you to understand that he was just like taking scraps of the Bible and just kind of gluing them together in like a weird mosaic puzzle piece to justify the rapture being a thing. But it wasn't until the 1830s that actually even became a concept.
Hey, Lynx, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
It was 1830s.
that's what I said.
I said 19.
So this is just a hypothetical question, okay? So please, like, don't be offended or anything.
Oh, it takes a lot to offend me.
That's fair. So if you were to die, right, which hopefully is a long time from now, right?
I mean,
If
it's
you
open.
were if
Anything
you
got
were
so
to
passed
die,
out.
right?
Yeah.
And then like you found out that like Jesus was real and like all of everything was real.
Mhm.
Like what do you think your like genuine response to that would be? I'm just
Oh,
curious.
yeah, I know exactly what's going to be. I would be flipping him the double bird and then backflipping into hell. Because if he is true, that means his book is true, and everything that happened in the book is true. And what happened in that book is some of the most evil, immoral, monstrous things I have ever had the displeasure of reading.
That's fair. Okay, well you gave me an honest answer, so I can't be mad.
I'll take my time. I'll take my chances with Satan over a God who thinks it's okay to unalive babies.
Yeah, because if I found out he was real and I went up to and heaven was a thing or hell was a thing, if I truly had free will, then I wouldn't be stuck with just two choices. I could do whatever the fuck I wanted.
Yep.
So I don't, this idea of free will or this idea of heaven, and to be honest, I've read the heaven description in the Bible. No, thank you.
Oh,
I think you guys kind of understand now, though, why people are confused that I'm a Christian, because I'm not, I'll admit, I'm not like a follow the Bible to a T kind of Christian. I'm kind of different from that.
None of them are.
Well, honestly, to be like a Christian anyways is to take a sort of polemic of what is in the Jewish text.
Yeah.
And build upon
it. If you tried to follow it all the way through, like all the laws in both the Old and New Testament, you'd be in prison.
That's fair.
Let's kind of level set a little bit. Gene, did you want to pick one of the topics to talk about?
Let me see here.
Oh, I actually wanted to ask about the science denial. What did you have in mind as far as that, Doug?
Let's let Gene get to his and then I'll come
Oh,
back.
sorry, ADHD.
Yeah, that,
You're good.
and be enforced, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is evolution? Hasn't that been forced on people?
No, that's just part of science. That's the
But
basis
it's not
of
true science.
No, it is true science because it's actually the
so.
base. Gene, if you're just gonna say nuh-uh and not listen, then we're not having a conversation, and that's not what I'm here for. So, Gene, it is based on actual science. It's actually the foundation. The mountains of scientific evidence we have for it is the foundation for modern medicine, biology, and several other works throughout science. So we have mountains of evidence. We have everything from genetics. We've seen evolution at work in both fruit flies. We have real life examples of our own created evolution in dogs. We see it in real time. We can see the things there. We've even found the compounds that make up life in meteors and meteorites that fly by us all the time.
Not only that, but children, or some children, I won't say all of them, but some children are being born without the wisdom teeth. Because we are evolutionary moving past that. Because the only thing that wisdom teeth really tend to do now is cause infections, and then you have to get them removed.
Basis of biology and modern medicine is based on the mountains of evidence that come from evolution. Our germ theory, viruses, how they move, how they progress, how they evolve. These are things that are proven. You can sit there and deny them all you like because of your book, that's fine. But to sit there and say it's being forced is silly because it's just part of the normal scientific curriculum because they have the evidence to back it up. If you were willing to read the peer-reviewed journals about it.
That's one so-called evidence. Have you ever looked at
evidence? These are mountains of. These are whole fields of study that are devoted to this.
We have
So
more
Gene,
evidence.
as the somewhat apparently neutral party of this panel, I guess at this point. So here's my thing, right? I would say that so prime example, right? One of my other best friends, unfortunately passed away last year due to a pulmonary embolism. Rowan was transgender from female to male. And Rowan and I were able to have conversations that were a little bit more uncomfortable for people, like other people trying to have conversations with transgender people, right? So Rowan knew that I believed that scientifically there were two genders, right? Rowan knew that about me. And we were able to have a conversation where Rowan explained her side of, okay, well, this is what I believe. This is what I believe as far as the mentality of
these
genders,
friend?
right? Well, so for context, I knew Rowan as a her before a him, so I was the only friend that got a pass as far as using she, her pronouns for Rowan. Sorry, I should have clarified that.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you now that just because they gave you a pass with them directly, I'm going to tell you now in public, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I respect that.
And gender is not a scientific concept.
Yeah,
Right,
it's a
right.
psychosocial
So that's
concept.
what I'm saying is we kind of had a conversation about it. They explained their side. I'll use they, them. And I explained my side. And, that was kind of the conversation. So scientifically, yes, I do believe that there are two genders. That is my personal opinion, right? You're born male or female. Or hermaphrodite, I guess, in some cases, if
Those
you
are
want to get
sexes.
technical.
Those are
But
not genders.
Yeah,
And that's sexual expression, and it's not that word, it's intersex. Hermaphrodite.
okay, so
here's
I'm
the
glad
thing.
we're having this convo because you guys understand what Rowan was trying to tell me, that maybe I have been misled in my lifetime. So please feel free to educate me.
So here's the thing. When it comes to gay issues and trans issues, these are not things that we choose. These are not things that we had any say in the matter of. The gender and sex. Sex is the biological side of things. Gender is the psychosocial construct that is how you present to the world. Right? It's a very simple concept, and any biology book will tell you this. They have updated it in the last 30 years or so. It's because they understand now more things as we've learned more about genetics, about brain chemistry, about the brain structure, the nervous system, all these things. For example, people who are trans, if they are male body, but their brain will show scans, they'll scan the brain, they can measure it, they can see it. It works just like the opposite gender. It lights up the same way, it performs the same way, it thinks the same way.
Well, I am so sorry for being ignorant because I actually do genuinely feel bad about that. I was trying to make a point and I didn't say the right way what I was trying to say, so I do apologize for that.
I appreciate your openness, honestly, on that. Like, you can't learn.
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong, man. Like,
I've screwed up so many times, and I like anytime somebody corrects me, like I don't get defensive. I try to hear them out and try to
And I need to address something in the comments now. Country Esquire, you are wrong.
Yeah, like here's the thing. When people say that, like, people are becoming trans for a fad,
it's not
why.
how it works.
Hold on. Why would they? Because you realize that if they did that for a fad, they are putting themselves in a direct freaking spotlight to be hated, to be attacked verbally or physically, and to be discriminated against. Nobody, I can guarantee you, freaking wants that.
Can I please put a disclaimer out there too that I did have the base understanding that like being trans like wasn't a choice. Like I just wanted to throw it out there that I do understand that that is actually the way their brain works. So I wanted you to know that my ignorance didn't go that far.
So Gene, when we're talking about these things, these are if your God was perfect and his design was perfect, he would not make us things that we can't choose and then punish us for it.
Unless he's cruel.
That would just be cruel, and that's not a God I have any desire.
Not to mention it doesn't directly affect him, so.
It's the way you're looking at it. It's the way you're looking at it.
It's not the way I'm looking at it. That's reality.
Well, like, Gene, can you?
I, as a gay
person,
Gene, let me ask you this. How about this? I'm a gay person, right? And if you're going to try and tell me that it's a choice or a lifestyle, I'm going to ask you this. What was the date that you decided to be straight?
I never decided.
Exactly.
God decided.
Well, then God decided that Dugald's gay.
No.
Yeah, what the fuck?
No.
That's crazy.
Like, how does that work then? If I was born this way, I had no choice in the matter. Your God didn't make me this way?
How are you going to say no?
Here, listen to me. We have spirits out there called demon spirits.
Also possessed, that's what you're telling me.
Wait. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and put this out. This is my life. So I will interject if I feel the need to.
Well, what I'm saying.
So first and foremost, Gene, no, this is not something I chose. This is not something I could just get rid of. This is not a possession thing. You know how many people have prayed over me, Gene?
You still got.
So if this was a demon, this would already been gone.
No, you gotta let it go.
If that actually worked, then conversion camps would work instead of just traumatizing young people.
Gene, I have right here.
The thing is, you don't
No, Gene, hold on. Right here, I have a scar. And the inside of my cheek, I have a scar. Do you know why?
Why?
Because praying didn't fucking work.
You didn't want it to work, really.
I didn't
Oh,
want it to
shut
work.
up.
Are you telling me that I, as a self-unaliving, idealized child who was scared to death of this God, who believed and prayed his might out, cried, are telling me I didn't want to let it go? Before I'd even had sex, before I'd even know what gay truly was, I knew I was different and wrong in your eyes. So I prayed my heart out, and now I have scars on my wrists and the inside of my mouth, both from knives and gun barrels, and you're going to tell me that I didn't want to let it go?
Where do you think them knives and gun barrel things came from? The demonic side.
Missing the fucking point entirely.
The demonic side.
Oh my God, Gene, you're the demon. No, hold on.
Kayla, do you see now why?
Yeah, Gene, you're the demon here. No, you're the. I don't even believe in demons, but you're the demon here.
There's
because
two
you're looking at
sides to
some-
every story.
No. My turn. My turn. Because you are looking at somebody who is living their life. I know Dugald personally. He is a genuinely good fucking human, and I don't give a good goddamn what your God thinks about what's good and what's not. He is a genuinely good fucking person, and yet here you say. You're sitting with your full fucking chest and the ignorance of a fucking 12-year-old that you believe that this God didn't control that and instead let demons run amok to have people possessed by what? Gayness? Are you serious? You realize how stupid that sounds?
Like, how weak is your God?
Very.
He can't even control the fucking demons?
Very weak. He's a very, very weak God. He's also a very, 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 very bisexual God, if you believe Jesus to be God, but that's neither here nor there. We won't slide down that little slide with the genes. But I think that it's absolutely deplorable for anyone to say with their entire chest the things that you said, Gene, considering. No, I can't. Sorry, Ari, I was going to ask who you voted for. Never mind.
You know the answer, Christina.
Never mind.
And here's another thing I would like to say. I'm going to try to do this with a little bit more calmness because this really gets under my skin. Dugald's story reminds me, startlingly, of this other story. You can actually find the story still on Netflix today under a show called Haunted. Now, Haunted is usually just about like people being haunted by ghosts and spirits. Very fun, kitschy stuff. One of them was an alien. It was fun. But there's one in season 2 called The Cult of Torture. And there was a little boy, now a full-grown man around Dugald's age, who, when he was younger, him and his family converted to this apocalyptic Christian sect that said the exact same things you did, Gene, that there are people possessed by anger demons and gay demons and blah, blah, blah. You can exercise it with the will of God. So what happened to this little boy? He was sent off to the New Bethany Home for Boys, where he was kept in a fucking cage, naked, with no fucking air conditioning and no fucking heating. And it was the dead of fucking winter. And he was tortured. He had electricity shot through his feet and his genitals in order to reconvert him into being straight. He was hung from the goddamn ceiling as these hymns were playing at full fucking volume. And then he was, of course, assaulted by the very fucking priests who ran this fucking institution. But you are saying the exact same stuff. Don't fucking run to the comments, Gene. You are saying the exact same fucking stuff, that there are gay demons out there. Oh, and by the way, guess what? He was a kid, so he didn't even know what being gay meant. And when he finally was released from that horrible fucking prison that was shut down, he was still gay. Because it's not a fucking choice. Right. And the funny thing is too, is he's written books now, and he actually needs to still be in therapy to this day to deal with the shit that he went through.
I think it's the idea that I don't understand, Gene, when you say you didn't want to let it go. How can you say that when I literally was trying to unalive myself to get rid of it? I prayed and prayed and prayed. I have strangers who had prayed for me over the years, thinking that that didn't know for sure. Like, how can you say that when you were not, number one, in my head, number two, you have no way to confirm that it's a demon other than a book that was written 2,000 years ago that you have clearly misinterpreted.
That's the thing that I take trouble with is you're making very firm claims here that you do not have any kind of backing of, And I would like to know where you get this backing or kind of source material, because it's not what I've read, and I've read your book very thoroughly.
Is possession even a thing in the Bible?
I mean, yes, there are like
Yeah,
where
cast out
like
demons and
demons.
Only in the New Testament, Dugald. It doesn't appear in the Old Testament.
They call it like demons of like divinity, things like that will take
Yeah,
over.
like Jesus says there are people who will say like we cast out demons in your name. So
Yeah, and BTW, for anybody wondering who that man was that I was talking about, his name is James Swift. He is still alive today.
Yeah, I've never heard of any like demons of homosexuality, like other than from like very ignorant people's mouths.
What is his name exactly? This demon?
There is a movie recently that came out. They try to name it for the Greek god of like same-sex love, which is I can't think of what it's called right now. Give me a moment. Talk amongst yourselves.
All right, Gene, what else you got?
Hopefully nothing. He should
Nothing
get back.
good.
Yeah.
I muted him, and he probably doesn't know how to take himself off mute.
Yeah, well, that's because I don't care.
Ganymede.
And just another thing, because if people want to go ahead and look this up, other than his name being James Swift, the cult he was in was the Worldwide Church of God, founded by Herbert W. Armstrong, and he had a program called The World Tomorrow. The World Tomorrow. If you watch it, have a doggy bag by your side, because it is so creepily and disturbingly gross that you might actually projectile vomit.
It just saddens me the amount of damage you can do. Like if any kid, might happen to be listening, because their mom is also listening or something. What Gene just said is not true. Do not take what Gene just said seriously at all. It is not real. And don't think that you have this thing wrong with you. You're natural. You're within your nature.
Yeah. You are totally fine. And yeah, somebody in the comments said they wanted to have me repeat it. So the man who was the victim was named James Swift. His family was part of the cult of the Worldwide Church of God, headed by Herbert W. Armstrong, and he had a program, a TV program and a radio program called The World Tomorrow. Oh, and I forgot to mention too, this will come as a shock to no one. Herbert W. Armstrong, the founder, was founded later on after the fact to be a schmedophile and was molesting his own daughter.
All right. Gene is gone. All right, American Girl, are you over 18?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
That's okay. And do you want to talk about one of the points in the background?
Well, I'm a little confused. Are you guys against all of Christianity or just Christian nationalism?
Well, I'll put it this way. I would not have any issues or qualms with Christianity if it just stayed home, like all the other religions do.
I agree with you. First, I want to say I'm sorry that anybody made you feel any kind of way in the name of Christianity.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, American Girl.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Christianity seems to be weaponized, and I don't think many people outside of the Bible. They don't look at the history of it, the purpose of it, and I think that Christian nationalism is really ruining the meaning of Christianity. It's meant about love, not about hatred or any of it.
Well, here's the kind of the issue, though. If you look at what Christianity, number one, how it even started, how it spread, and then how it even got here to begin with, you'll see that it directly causes these things. It has no choice but to, because its very doctrine commands you guys to even if you necessarily personally don't subscribe to it, but it does still command you, and a lot of you all do, go out and be in everybody's face, in their life and between their legs. And to be quite honest, it's intrusively weird and very hard to cope with, because oftentimes it's the most fervent of your believers, and they have the biggest wall up to anything outside of this, and they cause misery and harm to a lot of other people. So that's why my biggest thing is actually the second point on it. The apathy of the ones who don't feel this way, oftentimes it feels to me very much the way you have cops, good or bad cops, and good cops who say nothing. So to me, that's all of them. Christianity is the same way. None of you guys are standing up. None of you guys are helping fight the ones who are the biggest and most harmful mouthpieces for your faith.
Well, for me, I'm not like most Christians. I'll be quick to correct anybody on the whole hatred. When Jesus came, he was speaking against the government, and Christianity developed, spread, and it actually took down the Roman Empire, which had absolutely nothing to do with anything of what Christianity is today. It's evolved into the white man's superpower.
Well,
if you're going to talk about what Jesus said, who did he say he came for?
Yeah.
Jesus came for the people.
And what people?
He was very specific.
Let me Google it. I can't remember everything.
He himself was very specific. I'll say that.
You can Google Matthew 15:24.
I can pull it up if you like. And Daisha, if you're in the comments, don't lose your card. I'm just telling you. She knows what that means.
Yeah, Leanie in the comments. No, that's Paul that said that. Paul, Paul. Jesus never said he came for the Gentiles.
Paul claims that, but we have no confirmation that Paul ever met or saw Jesus during that road to Damascus debacle.
Okay, so it says he came unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But Israel is not a place.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It's a very specific place, actually.
And it's a people group.
Right. And they're very clear about that in the Bible.
Y'all
as well.
just be
So
worshiping anything.
let me ask you this. Why, so if Jesus came, so if Jews are the chosen people, right? And
Yeah, you muted yourself.
sorry,
That's right.
my husband. Then how in Christianity does Jesus become God?
Jesus was a Judaizer.
He also never became God.
And what I mean by Judaizer is Jesus actually promoted the Jewish faith.
So, but Jesus brought a philosophy. To boil it all down, Jesus brought a philosophy, correct?
Sure, but none of it was actually particularly new.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff that he said had already been around as theological, philosophical concepts for thousands of years.
Yes, but man evolved on that, correct?
Not really. His views were kind of actually outdated.
In the stories, you know, Jesus is correcting the Pharisees, calling them hypocrites and stuff because they are not following the Jewish law correctly. So he's, you know, trying to tell them you need to follow the law either correctly or, you know, GTFO.
Which is funny because one of the times he actually got mad about the Pharisees is because the Pharisees asked him to wash his hands before he ate, and he didn't wanna.
But the whole argument he even had with them was about stoning their children who disobeyed their parents.
Yeah.
He's like he wanted them to follow the law, which was to do so.
I wanted to address something that Tabri had said to me in the comments, which is it's not an unfair statement. You know, I told her that I had my questions and my doubts as far as my faith goes. And, she said, well, you're just making up, your own God and following those rules. Okay. And I don't think that's an unfair statement because, me being vulnerable again, maybe I do have some type of delusion in my brain to some degree that,
Well, here's the
God
thing.
is a good person. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Gabe. The biggest problem is Christians, especially the ones who are indoctrinated while young, or those who are at a low point in life when they do the biggest amount of the recruiting. They're taught the Bible a very specific way. Instead of reading the book the way you read literally every other book, from front to back, they teach you to read the middle to the end, and then go back and mash that into the back or into the front.
Hey, sometimes you don't have to read the Old Testament. It doesn't matter anyway. Who cares?
And that's only if you even go so far as to take the New Testament and try to mash it into the Old one, like they tend to do.
Yeah.
That's even if they go that far. Some read only a few passages out of the New Testament. That's it. But regardless, the way that priests, preachers, pastors across the board in all denominations, for the most part that I know of, they teach it in that backwards way for a specific reason.
Aaliyah, Gabrielle.
Lee, you're not on. There we go. Okay.
They do that for specific reasons. So, like, it's to train you to not question the inconsistencies that happen as a result.
That makes sense.
It's to train you not to question the craziness that's happening right in front of your eyes.
So you're basically telling me that I shouldn't feel bad in my faith for having questions and doubts.
No,
because
anything that tells you not to question it, anything that tells you not to question it, is an authoritarian.
Yeah, and Caleb, let's go down this road for a little bit. Say that this God is everything you've dreamed him to be. He is benevolent. He is all powerful. He knows everything. Do you really think he'd get all uppity and stick up the behind of people kind of going, well, hold on a second, let me think about this. You really think that would be the thing that would set them off? Just people asking questions? I don't.
I mean, that's a fair point, to be honest. I accept that because I've had that.
If he really was this patient, loving God, he'd be like, yeah, you have questions. What are they? Go ahead.
Well, and that kind of backs up the whole idea of, like, people are, you're kind of free to kind of create God in your own way, because, I mean, what you're reading or what you've been told is a creation of somebody else's, interpretation. So, like, you've already been given this kind of a Frankenstein of a story. So, I mean, at best, you could at least try and make that Frankenstein nice.
Benny, it's not Frankenstein, it's Frankenstein.
No, that actually makes me feel a lot better. Honestly, it does, because I have just had it in my head this entire time that, Jesus and God, like, they just want us to be good to other people. They just want everybody to get along. And obviously it doesn't work that way in the world, but that's, I guess, my delusion of, hey, we should just be nice to everybody,
Well, like James the Just, is known for writing that you're more like judged upon your acts than your faith, where, like, basically you could be an unbeliever, but as long as you were a good person, you would still go to heaven.
Although I will clarify one thing, Frankenstein technically was the doctor.
It was actually the Frankenstein's monster. I'm sorry, guys. I knew that was going to be a huge contention.
Or if you're actually really book savvy, Eric. His name was Eric.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
well, I just wanted to ask because, I think Tabri had come in later in the conversation, and, I'm kind of sad that she thought I was, some kind of monster, because I'm definitely not a Christian nationalist by any means. But, like, I just wanted to throw it out there that, like, I am open to suggestions. Like, I listen to what people say. You just have to explain to me so I understand,
Yeah. That's, here's the thing. My biggest takeaway, Kayla, because I'm going to start dropping a couple of people here so we can start cycling through, but my biggest thing is, if you're one of those people who still maintains their faith, and you're there, if you can, spark some activism, do something, because right now I don't think anybody realizes how dangerously close to a point of no return we are.
Yeah. Well, I can promise you that I will still continue to be kind to others regardless if they're gay, transgender, whatever. And I absolutely promise also to call out the people that are being assholes to other people, you know. So I can at least do my part there.
And like the previous guest, get involved in like the ACLU and Dugald. What was the other two you mentioned?
HRC for Human Rights Campaign.
Yeah, get involved in those. Like, even if you can't donate, like, spread the word of things they're doing, campaigns they're going on, sign petitions. Like, get behind those people because they're here to make sure we all stay free like we're supposed to.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the conversation, guys. Tabri, I definitely appreciate you.
Violation. Why did links get a violation?
Uh-oh.
What the fuck?
Well, thank you guys. Tabri, thank you specifically to not being afraid to, you know, call me out on my ignorance, because I actually really respect that. So thank you.
Well, appreciate you coming up, Kayla. Have a good one, okay?
You too.
Thank you. All right. Officially, we haven't heard a lot from you. Do you want to pick one of the topics to talk about? Officially?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I did not know that I was in the live. I was just listening. I'm doing something. But yeah, I will pick a topic. I got in the live when some guy was talking about how, I guess, like, you chose to be gay, and like, I guess you like chose to like unalive yourself or something. Like, I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but I just wanted to say that, does he think that anybody who has any kind of pew-pews, are they also evil?
Yeah.
That's where I was, that's when I tried to join, but I know you guys have been talking way more since that. I'm putting
That's all right.
my son's crib to the bottom level. So I was just listening.
Well, I appreciate you officially. I appreciate you coming up.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Hello, friends. How are you all today? Christina, Mac, my nephew.
Just hanging out.
Good. Good.
Hello.
Hi, Christina. How was your live yesterday? I didn't get to all of it.
Oh, I don't remember. I was so tired yesterday. I think I was just present, but not there.
Yeah, it definitely wrapped up early. I had a work call that I had to jump off of, and then I come back on, and it's like everybody's just disappearing.
I was like, I gotta go. I'm so tired. I was like standing up and walking around just to like not fall asleep. Like I was on 3 hours of sleep yesterday, so my little bone kicking, I kind of carried on.
He's back.
Who's back? Oh Jesus.
Go ahead, Gene. What would you like to talk about?
You know, there's two choices in the world. We either choose right or wrong, good or bad. You agree with that part? And there's evolution, and then there's creation.
No, there's not just that, though. Not everybody believes in either or.
Right, but if you guys, most people choose which side they want to believe. Like people choose.
No, because there's other faiths out there, too.
You don't choose your beliefs.
Right.
How does people choose evolution and that others choose creation?
You don't choose your beliefs.
Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God,
to someone 80 years ago, or not 80 years, or like 30, 40 years ago, being martyred for their belief in a Jesus Christ that was crucified and resurrected.
Mhm.
Now, this is evidence right here, okay? It's all these things coupled together, and your evidence for Jesus not existing is what?
So you think that that Clement in 64 was talking about someone who was martyred for his belief in a person?
Wait, what?
You think that Clement, who
Oh.
you believe is writing in the 60s, mentioned someone who was martyred 30 years prior to that for the belief in Jesus?
No. Clement writes of Peter and Paul being martyred for their belief in what? What was their beliefs?
I mean, again, considering the fact that this is something that was written in the 2nd century, it would have been in the belief of Jesus. But we don't have any evidence. There's no non-Christian source for literally any of the 13 disciples mentioned in the New Testament, nor Paul, nor Jesus. The Josephus reference that you talked about is an interpolation from Eusebius. We can see exactly who wrote it. The mention in Tacitus is most likely from Tertullian, but is not authentic to Tacitus. Pliny is the first time we get Christianity mentioned, and he doesn't say that they worship a man, and doesn't say the name Jesus. Doesn't even find a connection with Judaism, as far as we could tell, and that's in Northern Asia Minor.
I'm curious. Have you used your books that speak of the crucifixion?
The books that speak of the crucifixion, like which ones?
The Gospels. The Gospels is where they're referenced crucifixion. Okay, when is that?
I ran it on the New Testament, but missed the Gospels.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so when does this date back to? What is the authorship for that?
Like the authorship of what? Like the Gospels?
Yeah.
Which one?
Say, let's see, Matt. All of them.
So we got Marcion's Evangelion, which would have been the first one published in 144. You could argue that Mark is maybe a little before it, but it's probably a little after it. But anywhere I'd say between 135 to 145, 150 maybe. Matthew shows up 145 to 150 because it's a refutation of Marcion's Evangelion. Luke utilizes Marcion's Evangelion, so it's 145 to 155. But it also mentions something where he's sweating drops of blood, which would have been definitively from Luke and not from Evangelion. And the first time that is mentioned ever, so the first time that we have and not Evangelion is Justin Martyr in the 150s. So Luke has to be out in the mid 150s by that time. The Gospel of John requires that you've read Luke and or at least, well, no, it had to be Luke. It requires that you've read Luke and Matthew, in which case it is it's got to be afterwards. So 150 to 160.
Yeah, sure. So Mark in specific. So Mark again, that was for which one?
Mark, you said?
Yeah, Mark.
Mark is like anywhere from, you could argue before 144 if you want, but 135 to 150, somewhere in there, 135 to 150.
I'll just grant you the 135, whatever. 135, 150.
So sick of this place some days. Like a man can't talk about nothing. All right, let's try this again. Send this back out to every freaking buddy there is. Because on my backup, I don't have the numbers on my backup. Fix this guest request thing. I don't like this setup. Looks good. Why so little? Oh, there we go.
Now just make yourself bigger.
There we go. Jeez, Pete's. TikTok, you be TikToking, that's for sure.
Doing the most. Just doing the most.
Always doing the most. Nobody was having any issues. I did see somebody at one point was talking about trigger warnings, but like we weren't talking about craziness like that. Like, what the fuck? Hey, Dr. Joe. Hey, Benny.
I did not actually mean to come up. I was liking the live.
You know,
I'm
I
gonna
always
follow you
appreciate
on this
that, yeah.
account, Dr. Joe. I was just gonna say, maybe I had like a premonition, maybe it was a prophecy or something, because I was like, I feel like I need to drop.
No, it was because I talked about my self-alignment stuff when I was younger.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I guess. Okay. I guess.
Yeah. I appealed it. We'll see what happens. I deleted
Yeah.
it. We'll see.
Mine still says it's under review, and it's today at 7 p.m. my time.
That was almost a week ago, as it is anyway.
Yeah, the restriction's gonna be off, and it's still under review. It's like, well, what's it even worth anymore?
Oh my goodness. All right, Mighty, are you over 18?
Yes.
All right, and do you want to pick one of the points in the background to talk about?
Yeah, the first one.
All right, go ahead.
That's not true.
Why is that not true?
Because gays still have rights in the United States.
Do you see that I said taking away, right?
I'm not taking it away. There was a pastor, there was an LGBT pastor that spoke to Trump and told him to preserve the rights of the rainbow community. So
Yeah, and what did you do after that sermon was over?
yeah, what did he do? Did he say that they can't get married anymore?
Did you not hear him publicly admonish that minister?
He admonished the minister for saying what exactly?
For the sermon as a whole.
He didn't admonish the minister for saying that the same sex can get married.
No, and first of all, nobody said that same sex can't get married currently, but that is something that's in question. There are several states trying to get it to the Supreme Court to be overturned.
It's not going to happen.
How do you know that? They overturned Roe v. Wade and they said it wasn't going to happen.
Right. I would not be surprised if Trump in the Supreme Court were to leave it up to the states as they did with AB.
I mean, I'm for overturning it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Why? Why are you for overturning it?
Because I believe in God.
What would be your contention, though?
That it's an abomination.
Does it say that two men cannot get married?
Correct.
Where does it say that?
In Leviticus?
No.
Yes.
Doesn't say
Leviticus what? Let's drill down, mighty slave.
A man shall not lay with a man.
Do you know what that's about?
What?
It's not about the fact that they're gay. It's the fact that they were treating that man like a woman. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're gay. As long as they didn't treat him like property like they could women, that was fine.
Yeah, and which rabbinical scholar gave you this interpretation?
Quite a few.
May I get a name?
Do we have any online that want to talk to him by chance? If not, then...
I can check and see if.
To be fair,
hold on.
Biologically, I mean, that region of the body is not designed for entry, it's designed for exit.
Well, actually, it is. That's where the male G spot is.
Yeah.
He knows.
He sure does.
Yeah, no,
That's why God put it there like a little present if somebody shouldn't go searching for it, you know?
But long story short is
long story short is that you're incorrect, because the context of that is not about the fact that they're gay. It's about the power dynamics of one being treated like a woman, which was property at the time.
Yeah,
I'd like to be proven in the fact that David and Jonathan were a couple.
I was just about to say, David and Jonathan had a covenant that you know expressed the fact that they shared a soul.
They were soulmates, mighty slave. How do you feel about the fact that David and Jonathan were soulmates?
Who kissed?
They did more than kiss, Benny.
Bye. I knew he was about to report me, so we blocked.
Well,
I didn't know that was where that was headed.
Where's Gene at? I wanted to get back in on Gene.
please don't conjure him back up. If you say his name 3 times, he'll appear. Please.
Right, please do not Beetlejuice his ass. We do not need this. All right, Scienties, are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
All right, and do you want to pick one of the points on the background to talk about?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot to request it. Let me see. What do you mean by good or real Christians being apathetic?
A lot of times when we talk about the bad things that Christians are doing currently within government and outside of government, or just in general that they might do, a lot of the people who come up here and talk and try to defend Christianity will tell me that those people are not real Christians or are not good Christians. And so my thing is, if that is the case, and they're the largest or the loudest section of you guys, where are the good and real Christians at?
Yeah, I mean, that's a valid concern. Just to preface, I am Christian myself, but I don't believe there's such a thing as a good Christian. I don't think that's possible. I think we're all bad Christians in our own way. I can't recite the exact verse, but in Acts, I believe, St. Paul or Apostle Paul calls himself the chief of sinners. Right? So we're all, we're all human.
Okay.
We all fuck up.
Even if we go with that premise,
yeah.
Even if we go with that premise, we still have a sect of Christians who are doing horrible, horrible things in the name of your God and your faith, but are calling themselves true Christians. And then we have you who said what you've said about it. And then we have the ones who have given me the idea for this prompt, who have said that they are real and true Christians. Who's right?
I mean, I'm biased. I think my opinion is right, but I mean, anyone's gonna say that. I think that's, humans are infallible. Everything is up to our interpretation. But I think my beliefs are right, essentially just based on human nature. I mean, we all mess up, and to answer your question, why are there Christians up there doing horrible things? Maybe you're only Christian by name. I mean, that's always been a problem throughout history. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and deny the scandals and the terrors that the early Christians caused, that the modern Christians are causing, because religion can be, it might be real, but it can be used as a true power over people.
Yeah, and that's a problem, right?
Right, yeah.
So then the question begs, how do you resolve that within your own faith? Because this is going to continue to escalate. We are very close to a point of no return when it comes to the stuff that's happening here.
Yeah, so I'm currently converting to Orthodox Christianity. I'm a catechumen right now. And I've done some research on this, how the Orthodox Church tends to handle these things, like within its own leadership. We don't really have Orthodox Christians in power, but how the church tends to handle things is they treat it as a generational issue. They try to resolve what they can, but at the end of the day, the church is eternal, and this is a issue for this generation, and there's going to be more issues for the generation, but the church has stood for 2,000 years, and we can't let this hiccup hurt the church as a whole.
But the problem is it already has. Like, your church as a whole has succumbed to these ideologies and these problems, whether you know it or not. For example, I know this because when we look at, for example, the election results, most Christians, whether they claim to be the bad ones or not, or whether they claim to be part of MAGA or not, whether they believe in Donald Trump or not, still voted for him.
Right.
So that's a lot of complicity, regardless of what they agree with or don't agree with.
Right. Yeah, and this is kind of why I started a convert. I don't think politics should be a part of our church. I don't think really. I mean, there's a reason why the founding fathers wanted separation from religion and state. So
yeah, on that much we agree very much.
I personally didn't even vote this year. I couldn't. Me and Just to give you some background, I come from a far right wing small town in Texas. Now I live in Washington D.C. Now I'm out on my own, and I just personally cannot side with Harris or Trump this election. I can't subscribe to either of them. And I know plenty of my friends who I've talked to feel the same way about this stuff. That, he said he's 29. He's never voted in an election because he's never felt like he's had a good candidate. I don't think this is a religious issue. I think it's more of a political issue. And then these candidates like Trump, these far right candidates, are using religion just for votes. I would even go down to say they're not even practicers of that religion.
But that's just it, though, and that kind of goes back to what I said earlier, is that if they're going to tell me that, and they're using scripture to validate themselves, and they're able to use the scripture to do so, how do we know who's not a true practitioner or not?
A true practitioner of what religion?
Yeah, like, for example, if you go to, for example, a gay pride rally, those are typically protests, and they try to be happy, good occasions, right? It's supposed to be about being present, being out there, showing people that we're not here to hurt anybody. It's a protest overall. But every single year, in just my area alone, and I know it happens at every pride, members of various denominations, especially Westboro Baptist, for example, show up, threaten people's lives, harm, physical harm they threaten, and then also threaten various retributions from this God. And I don't ever see a single solitary Christian counter protest.
Sorry, you cut out a bit on that last word.
I never see any Christians who claim to be opposed to these things counter protesting or doing anything to correct them or shut them up.
I mean, personally for me, I'm not allowed to protest. I'm in the military, so I mean, I can protest, but it gets messy. But
I mean, you can open your mouth when you see something wrong, right?
Yeah, I mean,
right.
If you see someone being harmful, you can say, "Hey, fuckface."
Right. And I'm a civil service member, so like I work for the government as civilly, but in a civilian manner. But like, I'm allowed to protest off duty. You guys might be a little bit different being in the military, but when it comes to social issues, I don't think that has a problem. But even if you can't protest, there are other ways you could do it. You could still correct them about the religion itself on a one-on-one.
Even just saying like, "Hey, I'm a Christian, and you're giving us a bad name."
Right, or even
and I have many times. I can talk about this a lot. I think American Christianity is becoming weak. It's becoming secular, and I think it's becoming worldly.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Christina. I was going to say something, but no, if you please.
I just don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't agree that it's becoming more worldly or more secular. I think it's doing what it has always done.
It's regressing in a lot of ways.
It's fortifying itself in its archaic, right, ideologies and the dogma that has stagnated our society for so long. As much as we have progressed in technology and in medicine and the sciences and all these other wonderful ways, what Christianity and religions like it ensure that we will always be behind the curve when it comes to a certain level of progression. I think we could be a lot further ahead as a society if we could get our head out of the clouds, quite literally. And religion, aside from racism itself, right, which is also right on in there with religion itself, it separates and it divides, and it really creates a supremacist society of people who think that they're better and that other people are bad because they don't look the same, they don't act the same, they don't dress the same, they don't believe the same. All of this stuff is harmful, and we have to eradicate it. It really has to be done with in order for us to do what I think this country needs. Now, I'll say this last thing, and then I'll land my plane. And you said it earlier. Believe what you want. If you believe that this God is real, believe what you want. You can believe in tooth fairies and whatever. Just do yourself the favor and do us all a favor and keep that shit at your house.
Great.
Your God has no business in my children's classrooms. Your God has no business in our White House. Your God has no business in hospitals. Your God has no business in my bedroom. Your God has no business in the conversation that I have with my OBGYN. Has no business there. But because Christianity is what it is, and it constantly goes around colonizing and forcing itself on people, right? Not forcing itself, people, Christians force it.
Like spiritual grape.
Yeah, it's like we're being violated constantly by this religion, and then no one wants us to speak about it.
Right, and yeah, I agree that is wrong, and fortunately, that's where Christianity has come to eventually.
Yeah.
There's a Orthodox monk. I can't remember his name right now, but to paraphrase what he said, your salvation is enough for you to worry about. You serve a merciful God. Why are you worrying about everyone else? And I think that's kind of a mindset that these other people that call themselves Christian or want to be Christian, they need to adapt that mindset and not, because I mean, it's not like it was back then where people didn't know about Christ. We didn't know about the Bible. We live in a modern world, and I'm sure there's tons of atheists that get scripture or yada 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 shoved down their throats every day, and we can't force that on people. It's just going to turn them away. So I can really agree with you on that.
And it's not even so much that, because like who's the gentleman that you were referencing just now, please?
I can't remember his name.
You said it was a monk?
Yeah.
Exactly the way the Bible instructs them to. They're doing it right. If anything, they would say you're doing it wrong.
Right, like you've heard the Great Commission.
Right.
I mean, that in and of itself is the very foundation to the colonization and the pushing.
I want to jump in a minute, guest. First, thank you for your service to the country. What you don't have to say this, but I am in a small town in Texas.
Okay.
I am very familiar with the culture here.
Yeah.
I literally could not put things on my car or put up election signs that would align with my viewpoint because of possibly violence, but definitely vandalism. I can't go to you'll get this. I can't go to HEB without hearing praise music, right? That's
right. Yeah.
The culture of Christianity
it's just the culture down there.
Problematic. Yeah. I live 20 minutes away from Trump Burger.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I grew up in like East Texas. We didn't have HEB, but I know what you're talking about. I used to live in Uvalde when I was younger. You remember?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
I'm
probably
in
around the area you're in, I'm imagining. But yeah, it's very, very much. I will say, where I grew up, it was a lot nicer than what you're describing. I mean, there's no vandalism. There's no, I guess, just hatred. Like if you voted for Biden when I was in school, no one was gonna go like bash down vandalize your car as long as you weren't being a cunt about it, like trying to argue with everyone or get in fights. No one really cared. But we also grew up in a very, very small town. Like everyone knew everyone knew what was everyone about.
I grew up in one of those. And just based on general conversation before I was ever out or before anybody suspected anything, I overheard many conversations of people my age. Whoever said if they ever found anybody like me, they would tie me to a John Deere tractor and drag me through a field.
That's a fact. It's not taken very well over here.
No. So, and these are self-reported, usually Catholics or other various Protestants, and quite a few Baptists as well. Seems to be widespread across there. So I have a really hard time with the original question I had with you still is, where do I find help within your community to combat these things?
To combat extremist Christians?
And because whether we like it or not, that's what is currently running our government as well.
Right.
So where are you guys?
I mean, the most people for the Orthodox community, if you're at kind of the level you're talking about, you'll either go into become a monk, or you'll enter priesthood. Like I said, it's not really common for Orthodox Christians to be in large political positions.
Yeah.
So I honestly could say I don't know, but
So I guess my next question would be this then, like, even if you guys don't like go out and say, yes, we're this type of Christian, I don't see a lot of just your typical everyday Christian helping to fight for us either. Now, I'm not including you when I say that, because clearly you've done your own stuff, professionally, whatever. But like in general, like I don't see a lot of them at my back. The ones I personally have met and had influence on, sure, but like people who don't know me, your everyday person who lives out in the hills of Kentucky, like where I grew up, or the people in farmers in Nebraska or something.
Town population, 1,000 people.
Yeah, where are they? Where are these Christians that could help, even if they don't do it in an official Christian capacity?
I mean, I think it's just a rare breed these days, and I think that's really sad to say. I mean, there's definitely those of us out there. I may be biased. I found a lot more Christians like that in the Orthodox community. But I also, have you ever seen the Jackie Robinson movie, 42?
I have not, no.
Okay, so there's a scene. So, I mean, I'll just say, do you know who Jackie Robinson was? He was a first black MLB player, I believe.
Yeah.
Or one of the first, at least. But there's a scene where Jackie Robinson, he goes up to bat, and his father is yelling all these slurs at him, and his son kind of looks up to him, and he looks at Jackie Robinson, he kind of thinks, and then he starts yelling that exact same thing. And I kind of get from that scene, racism is taught, it's learned. And I think that's what's happening in Christianity. I think it's this kind of hatred is being taught from a very young age, because I was a non-denominational. I grew up, I followed like all those Bible brick and mortar beliefs, and probably like a year or two ago, I would have come up here a lot different of a person, because that's what I was taught. That was what's ingrained in me. And I think this is where our issue is. It's starting as a generational issue, and there's really no way to combat that in the short term. I think we have to realize, as our generation, my current generation, we need to be better, simply.
I agree with that, but here's the thing: we don't have time. We don't have time. We don't have generations. We have now. So I am going to encourage, because here's the thing: with the things that are going on, you even being active military or even a veteran of, should already be mad anyway. The Veterans March yesterday was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? When was that? Lost dates, of all the protests.
Sure, I'll be honest, I don't know what you're referring to. I don't really watch the news anymore.
So the current administration wants to cut 80,000 people from the VA.
Right.
Among other government agencies, he wants to cut at least half the staff for all of them, including where I am in the Treasury. So the department I work for, the agency I work for, and the VA are two of the least staff and most complained about agencies for not being staffed enough to handle everybody. Firing all those people is going to harm them. On top of that, they're also cutting Medicaid, which also affects quite a few veterans. So they're cutting a lot of, and there was a march that happened, it might have even been on Sunday, it was sometime within the last, between Saturday and now, I can't remember what day. There was a massive veterans march against that, against these things, this basically fascism that's happening. Well, no, not basically, it is flat out fascism that's happening. And it was really big. Like there were quite like a lot of veterans that marched that day. It was massive. And the problem is there's been quite a few really massive protests. There was one that was in every state capital within the last couple months. And they had garnered thousands and thousands in every capital. And even some other cities that weren't capitals. But it never made the news. Neither did the Veterans March. Didn't make the news. But we have videos of it because of TikTok.
Right.
Other social media platforms, people posting it from their phones, people like thousands and thousands and thousands of people posting drone footage that they had. Like there's obvious propaganda happening, and I hate it, but Texas is one of the biggest recipients of said propaganda.
Right.
We have a lot of work to do, friend.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I don't personally feel qualified enough to speak on this or informed enough. Like I said, I don't really research into this. I didn't join the military for the benefits. Personally, I didn't even research into my own benefits until I actually got in.
Well, whether that was the reason for it or not, be prepared for the fact that they don't care about you afterward, because they're telling you your fellows, your comrades, and your brothers and sisters in arms that have already come before you that they don't care.
Right, I get that. And, I've always kind of felt like that was the case. I mean, you've seen what happened to a lot of the GWAT veterans. You've seen, even before that, I'm sure World War I veterans, World War II veterans.
Honestly say, yeah, it feels like that before. It felt like that because I had a grandfather and my, other people that I know that are in the VA or that needed the VA care or whatever. But that's not necessarily the case. The people that work there and the people that they try to run it, that were trying to run it, yeah, they all might have messed up, or yeah, there might have been presidents who gave them bad orders or whatever, but I don't think any of them actively wanted to cut or hurt or harm or any of you for that reason. I do, however, think that this administration is directly trying to harm you. And I know this because of their actions and the things they keep trying to pass off as executive orders and laws right now. That they don't care. These people are actively trying to harm people, including you.
Right. I mean, even if you were, I would still serve. I mean, like I said, I joined the...
No, I'm not saying you should regret it at all. Please don't take it that way. As a matter of fact,
I wasn't.
Yeah. Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah, no. I mean, I joined, to be honest, I wanted to do cool shit. I saw a video of a dude jumping on a submarine from the cartel. I was like, I want to do that fucking job. I enlisted in the cadets out of high school.
I get you. No, I'm not mad at you for your choice at all. I'm just telling you, these are what's actively happening. So if you have a pipeline to your brothers and sisters in arms, or any veterans that are out there, or anybody else, just spread the word, even if you personally don't necessarily care. Still spread the word, because
Yeah.
the matter is, it impacts people regardless.
Yeah, I do feel bad for those people that,
yeah,
you know, it's
Well,
just an unfortunate situation.
It is, but information is the best way to help that, and the more we spread it, the more we talk about it, the better off we are. So please do that. Dr. Joe, you want to say something?
Yeah. So one of the populations I serve are first responders and military. And one of the things that's not being talked about is that TRICARE providers, for those who don't know, TRICARE is the health insurance for active service members. TRICARE providers in behavioral health have not been paid since January. Yeah, you can Google, it'll come up. But I have colleagues and peers who are literally shutting down their business because their business was primarily service members, and they are having to, these are master's and doctorate level clinicians serving the mental health of active service members and their families are not getting paid.
Yeah, I mean,
It's very true.
there's always going to be behavioral health issues.
But that's just it, though. It doesn't have
Yeah,
to be
it's,
that way.
it's viewed very negatively.
It is, but it doesn't have to be that way, though. That's my
Right,
point.
and I agree. But I think
It's
there's certain
that right
cases,
there is the
like,
issue.
I don't think we should be putting people like in depression or with diagnosed with depression, anxiety, other acute stress disorders that in these high stress, high risk situations, it's a risk to themselves, it's a risk to others.
It is. But the
getting
other
to
problem,
the point where like you
and-
feel like you can't go to therapy.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I will say this, because even if you don't care about the other stuff, I get it. If it doesn't affect you, you may not. But the fact of the matter is, this part will impact you, at least as far as your own personal safety is concerned. A lot of vets have issues because of the things they've been through, right? So
Right, PTSD.
Right. Currently, right now, Trump's appointed head for pretty much all things medicine now, RFK, wants to get rid of SSRIs, which help with which are antipsychotics and antidepressants that help a lot of those vets stay away from the symptoms of their various disorders, such as PTSD. It is also wanting to get rid of a lot of other medications that help people in these aspects, because he thinks going and growing food on a camp for 4 years, organic food for 4 years, and just eating that organic food that they grow themselves is going to be better help to them than the medications. So he's actively trying to get rid of these medications so that people who need them cannot take them.
He's about as smart as Plato.
Right.
Right. So that right there, because if you have a lot of people running around that have issues like this, like PTSD or other things, it's going to cause a problem for public safety eventually.
Right, and Audrey has. I remember when I was in the pulley, or not the pulley process, the depths process for the Coast Guard. There was a Coastie or prior Coast Guard veteran that shot up a VA clinic because he would not give him PTSD medication. So I agree with you. We need to address it. I personally don't know how more than just telling other people about it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not in
that,
I'm
even
not
if
in
all
a
you do is spread
power
information, that's fine. I'll take that win, because information is still how things get moving. So if all you do is spread information, please.
But I mean, I think most people know the VA. They're not really. It's a 50-50, probably even less than that if you're actually going to get help.
Yeah.
I would say that's common information in the military.
It is, but I mean, what I am saying though is, like, spread the information that, like, they're not intending to be that way, and it doesn't have to be that way. We got to pay attention to what's happening as far as that legislation goes now and who's in charge, because these people are directly hitting you all now, whether you realize it or not. The effects will be felt within the very next 2 to 3 months.
Yates, keep in mind something, right? And this is for not just for you, but for anyone in the chat, right? The only thing, got a phone call. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil, right, is for good men to do nothing. And I think if more good people, because I do believe that there are good people, I do believe that there are good people who are under the label of Christian, right, because of indoctrination, whatever. But we can't like other ourselves and point the finger. I read it all the time, the poem about how they came for this group and it didn't affect me, so I didn't do anything. And they came for another group, right? It didn't affect me, so I didn't do anything. And by the time they came for that person, or they came for their particular group that did affect them, there was no one else to speak. There was no one else to fight for them. So if we're going to grow together and move forward and fix the things that are broken, we have to look outside of our own privileges, outside of our own biases, outside of things that just merely affect us. If, it doesn't affect me, it's not a problem. It will be.
Right, and I mean, I'm not saying like I'm
sorry, that wasn't directly specifically to you. I was just
okay. I get it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying like I don't care because it's not affecting me. I do care. It's just I believe people are called to activism or stuff like that, social awareness, social justice. I personally just don't feel called to that. It's not what I prioritize everything to. I just try to be honest with myself. I try to be humble, respectful. And I like to focus my energy on other things like getting clear in shape.
Yeah, and I'm willing to take that, but I would ask this: if something happens and the people that are affected by this stuff goes down, I really need our military to realize that it's not they're not on the right side if they follow the man who orders the problems.
Right. And I don't know about the other branches, but the Coast Guard tends to be pretty like good balance. Like we have plenty of people voting right wing, centrist, left wing. So I think there's a good bit of representation in our branch.
I just want people to remember the Constitution and not who they're who's giving the orders.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, but 1 second. Yeah, Yates, I appreciate you coming up. But do you have anything else you want to say before I take it down?
Yeah, just real quick. A lot of people in this chat are saying I'm the type of person that won't care when it directly affects you. I don't think I've said anything that resembles that. I mean, I care about my friends. I care about my coworkers. I care about the citizens. That's why I joined the military. I wanted to protect the general public. I saw these dudes out there picking bodies off the water, people drowning. I saw these guys intercepting drugs. That's my way of showing public service to the public. My excuses show it, but I mean, I don't think I've given any excuses. I've just been honest with you with what I believe.
Yeah, you told me where you stand. But that's my point, though. If you go back and if something happens, because there's a very real chance that if martial law is ever littered, which is a very real possibility, that's what I'm saying. I need the military to realize who they're supposed to be helping.
Right, and I think a lot of people in the Coast Guard, at least, I will never say I'm protecting Trump or the administration. I'm here for the public. I'm here to protect the public from either natural disasters, narcotics, the millions of missions the Coast Guard has. But that's all I really had to say. I just wanted to address that before.
And I appreciate that, but I've just had some military tell me the opposite because they love him so much, and that's scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think also, I'll say this. I might be biased. I think Coast Guard is probably a lot more educated than some of the other Green branches.
I hope so.
I mean, I don't know if you guys know this. When we swear the oath of enlistment, there's actually a part in there. I will protect the American public from all issues, foreign and domestic,
Well, that's the oath I hope that they uphold. That's the part I'm scared they're not, because when these people tell me that Donald Trump is their daddy, literally, those
Yeah.
words they use, it's a little hard to believe that they believe that oath at all.
Right. Like, it's awesome. It's a fuck country we live in. It's a fuck world we live in. There's only so much we can do.
I agree. I don't think, I think that's the biggest thing that scares me, is because this man is very unhinged and he does want to call martial law. That's why he's doing a lot of the things he's doing. He's trying to instigate riots. Like, for example, wanting to release the man who unalived George Floyd.
That is specific. That is a targeted attack on the Black community, and he knows that, which is why myself and people like me keep reminding us on a daily basis: do not engage, do not take the bait. This is, his attempt to look for any reason
to declare martial law.
He wants to do.
Yep. And martial law is only effective if the military agrees with it and goes with it. And that's what I'm definitely afraid of, is that you are going to go with it.
I mean, the military itself is a complex entity. I mean, there's politics within the military. Like, if it comes down to martial law, I won't have a say in that. I'll be able to report it up my NCO to my XO to my CO, run it up to chain of command. And we do have meetings like this where brass will come down, see what the vibes are, what our concerns are. At the end of the day, I'm not the one executing martial law. It's the admirals, it's the generals, it's the joint chiefs of staff.
But what scares me in that, when you say that, though, is that tells me that if these people declare martial law, you're going to follow those orders.
Are you going to apologize when you enact violence against them because, you're just following orders, or how does that work? How does that look for you? That's not a question I want you to answer right now. I want you to really sit with that.
I honestly don't see how we would play a part in martial law. I mean, if that came down to it, it would be down to state.
Who do you think is going to be patrolling the waters for people trying to escape?
On the waters? So that would come down to small
borders of any kind.
Yeah, so in the UCMJ, forgot which article, we're allowed to disobey unlawful orders. So if it comes down to the point where, like, hey, you need to go intercept this vessel carrying, I guess, what'd you say, like American citizens trying to move? I could say no, because that is an unlawful order under the UCMJ.
Oh, here's the problem, though. When martial law is declared, he's the commander-in-chief. Whatever he decides is what they're going to order you to do. It doesn't matter, because he's already fired the people that would have
opposed him. Right.
So as far as high up goes. So what you've told me is that you took this oath to protect us, but then at the same time, you also told me that if he were to declare martial law, that's not on you. You were just following orders, basically. And that is terrifying.
Well, sorry, I might have miscommunicated a bit. What I'm saying is we are given the option to not follow an unlawful order. So, I mean, what I meant is that it doesn't come down on the enlisted person. The enlisted person can only have a voice up to a certain point. And so that's where we need to draw the attention from the active duty enlisted members to who are we putting in the brass. Right, so that's all I meant.
Your highest ups are appointed by the president. They're not even people who earned it necessarily. So I don't know how that would work out. And please don't make it. I'm not sitting here saying that you yourself are scary, or that you would want to do these things or whatever. It's just when we have somebody who potentially and very seriously and really is very close to becoming a dictator through the fascism he's employed. And then when we hear a lot of military members on TikTok and out in the world say that they are MAGA and they love what he's doing, and then we have just a few of you guys who are like, well, we have to follow orders and there's chain of command and there's these things, but like none of that's going to matter in that situation.
Right. I mean, I can personally say for myself, I would not do something to harm the American public if it came down to that. But I'm also one person, and
No,
and
just
I
a
would
little bit from you yourself makes me feel a little better.
right. And I would say there's a lot of
I
people in the military who think the way I do. I think Republicans are just obnoxious. They drown other people out. I would say that's not the majority. Like,
Yeah,
it's
because there are sections of the military that are very much so act now, ask questions later. So
right.
I'm, and maybe not the Coast Guard necessarily, but but the Army and the Marines and those alike, they are like that. And the idea that him declaring that type of thing and then suddenly they're showing up outside and there's no longer a constitution to draw on because martial law doesn't care.
You defend
Right.
yourself.
You defend yourself, but you're talking the military itself. That's
Against tanks. Yeah, with the military, they pledge allegiance to the Constitution. So hopefully that stays.
yeah,
And you know, but we're gonna have some that are gonna be beholden to Trump,
Right.
and
Yeah, I'm
that's
saying like
that.
that's probably not going to happen. But if it did, I mean, there's so many pews in this country that if you just defend yourself. And
whether y'all know it or not,
These
he's
are held
working.
by conservative parties that are strongly with Trump.
Yeah,
There's not a whole lot of leftists that believe in pews.
right.
Right.
And the other difference is the Conservative Party currently is whether it's known or not, they're actively behind the scenes working on taking away said pews.
Right.
that would be
Oh, sorry. I'll let
next
you.
to impossible to take away.
You think?
No, I mean that would be damn near impossible.
Done it in other countries, and they found ways to do it. I don't.
Other countries don't have the amount that we have as far as private citizens that own that type of.
Well, here's the thing. I would have agreed with you, many years ago, but the reason I don't believe that now is because a lot of the people that I see say that are also people who are now members of said Proud Boys and other groups, which currently would get special status.
Yeah,
So
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that's not. Yeah, I'm saying martial law would be against the entire country. So we're not talking about conservatives,
Oh, I get that.
Democrats.
That's
That's where it comes
I'm not
to.
saying it's realistically going to work in their favor in the end, but it's still going to be a horrible, horrible thing. That's going to cause
everybody. For
There's,
everybody.
but you do realize that's not that would be it's not going to happen. Martial law is not going to happen.
You can't say it's not going to happen. So many things that we've said weren't going to happen have happened.
That's a pretty drastic thing to happen. It's a pretty drastic thing to happen.
Here's the thing. What do I call you? I don't want to call you like.
Well, I've got one more day and I get my stuff back because somebody got real sensitive. But you can call me Travis.
All right, that'll work. All right, so Travis, here's the problem. Like, and again, I would love to believe you more than anything, but the problem is, I have heard those exact words about a lot of things that he has done that everybody kept telling me he can't do. For example, I have been telling my family for quite a while that he wants to get rid of a lot of us who work within the government, except for the military, because he's trying to beef that up. Why a non-war president wants to beef up our military makes no sense to me, but sure.
But speaking back to the VA pre-2019 was right at 390 to 400,000 employees. So that's kind of what he's just trying to get back to that number, which during that time I worked for 3 years hand in hand with the VA on a daily basis, helping vets get jobs. So I heard good and bad. I heard horror stories about vets getting stuff sewed up inside them.
Right.
And so he's just, if it was running fine then, like I think that's just kind of, it's not like he's cutting.
Well, no, that's just
75% of it.
He's trying to cut up to half of all staff across all agencies, which includes the two that get bitched about the most for not being staffed enough, which is including the VA and the IRS.
Right. Well, the IRS can just be you can take that away for all I care. But
the IRS is just basically the collection agency for taxes. Taxes are part of society. They only do what the law tells them to do. If that's Senate and Congress. So if you don't like the IRS, all you're doing is telling me you don't like what Senate and Congress does. To which case, why are you voting for the people that do these things?
I just look. Bad joke. Okay, sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, but that's where it is.
So let's take like the Department of Agriculture. Okay, I have what 5, 6 people that I know that work for the Department of Agriculture in Dallas, and they have told me time and time again that they all do the same damn thing, and sometimes they just go into work and they just kick it, and everybody just sitting around kind of twiddling their thumbs. So, you know, there are departments within our government that probably do need to be cut some because there's a lot of money being wasted.
And that's perfectly fine, and that's true for just about anywhere, including our own people we voted in, for God's sake. But the point of the matter is, there's a way to do that, and there's already a process in place. Does some things need to be handled better because there's union involvement? Yes, but or various other factors, yes. But the main point is coming in with this. Think about this. If he's trying to get rid of up to half, which is a really large number, the government employs 2.2 million people currently across all agencies. If you jump half of them into the into the workforce now, unemployed, that is not helping anybody. Especially when you're doing it willy-nilly without having any type of backup for it, other than maybe their seniority or maybe that they're on probation, because that's how these work. They don't do it based on how well you do, because a lot of people do really well at these jobs not because they're hard or anything. It's just because people who work for the government typically want to work there, and they typically do a really good job.
Right. So, and I know people's like the government's not a corporation, which, you know, in today's age, it kind of is run. We make money, we spend money, so it is like a corporation. So a big corporation takes somebody that's making $150,000 a year, and they do a great job, but they're like, hey, I could pay 2 people $50,000 a year and do their job plus somebody else's job and save this money. I mean,
that may be, but that's not the way he's doing it, though. He's going through
they're not going there and just throwing darts at a board.
What'd you say?
I mean, they're not going in there and just throwing darts at a board with people's names on it and saying, all right, you're gone, you're gone.
Basically what they're doing. The first round of people they fired were people who were there on a probationary, which means they were hired within the last year or two. It wasn't the fact that they were good performers or not. It had nothing to do with whether or not anything other than they were just in that category. We lost a lot of good people.
And so when major layoffs happen, that's who goes first.
They were firing people blindly to the point where they had to call people back because key positions were going, like, nobody was there to fill those positions.
Right.
They're also using contractors. They're also using contractors. But I mean,
no, that's not just it, though. They're actually
there's been
people. For example, the people that hired all those people, and then suddenly we're having plane crashes. He tries to blame it on DEI when it's the fact that they had to recall people that he was willy-nilly fired.
I'm just going off your last example. You know, they were hired in the last 1 to 2 years. That's how it works. Last one in, first one out.
No, I get that. But the fact of the matter is, instead of doing it a more proper way and a fair way, which is to evaluate how people are actually performing, which we already have those metrics in place, it's just a matter of whether or not we can employ some type of disciplinary or termination action naturally is the only problem. It's really just a small red tape error or issue that can be dealt with in the Senate and Congress through the law. But no, instead, you're coming in here with a chainsaw and hacking people's lives apart just for the sake of saving no money whatsoever, because Elon's costing us, what is it, 10 billion a day, 10 million a day? What was it? I don't remember the total, but there was like some amount he's costing us from all this ridiculousness.
Well, I mean, you know, it's mass layoffs happen all the time, you know.
Which is fine, but do it right and don't do it to where it costs us money. Like, it doesn't make sense. You're costing us money.
What's the right way? What's the right way?
The right way is you go through and you remove the red tape issue that makes it hard for these places to fire underperformers, and then you just simply let that happen. That's all it would take. And then you set up a metric of how many people you want to keep employed for any given budget that's done. It is not that hard. You look at people on their merit and how they perform, which we already have down. They just need to look at it.
Right, but I'm saying if you do it in a mass way, then that limits people being able to say, "Oh, I got let go because of this or this or that or this," and it really helps expand, but also shrink the problem. Is what I'm saying.
There's also not been.
Go ahead, Dr. Graham.
Thank you. There's also not been sufficient metrics and KPIs done. The people who are making the decisions about the cuts are not professionally trained auditors, and
they don't know anything about the jobs.
Right. There wasn't enough time, there wasn't enough data, there wasn't enough information to make informed decision about efficiency, waste, and superfluous job functions.
I mean, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. I don't know. I'm not in the rooms with these people. I don't know who they have consulting them or who they have working with them. I don't think anybody really does.
Elon has 19 to 25-year-olds who are basically computer hackers, not bureaucrats. They're not even people that know anything about business. They are not professional auditors. They know nothing. They are 19 to 25-year-old children.
Lying on reports and having to go back and hold on 1 second. They're lying on reports, having to go back and remove things because they're not doing a good job. They're literally throwing shit at the wall, trying to see what sticks. And I
think they're using pretty more advanced analytics than that, but
no, they're really not.
No, they're really not.
So they're using less advanced analytics than professional sports.
They're using no analytics. You're missing.
Like they're taking data that's just not real, and then when every time they're called on it, they remove it, and then they try to make it more firewall so that we can't see. But people are smarter than they think we are. And we can tell, we can see the data, they can read the code and see where they're fucking up the church's money. It's been proven time and time again since they started doing this.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I find it hard to believe that they're using worse analytics than a professional sports team.
No, here's how you know. Because the only evidence he gives you is a spreadsheet that they made up themselves telling you what they're finding in each agency. Forgetting to tell you, number one, that no agency spends beyond what Congress and Senate has told them to spend and what to spend it on. And number two, they are not using analytics because when they put up a spreadsheet, they put on their shit they didn't mean to put on there and then retracted it afterwards as if it meant nothing. For example, one of them was $400 million contract for Cybertrucks. And then when people saw that Elon was getting a kickback on this nonsense, suddenly that changed from $400,000 or $400 million Cybertrucks from Tesla. They became EVs. So they're fabricating shit.
The government's
not
always giving
metrics.
us the information they want to give us, which is a shitty system, and it sucks.
Here's the other thing. I know they're not taking metrics because the 5-point bulletin email that we have to respond to every freaking Monday, which I forgot to do. I gotta send it out again. Whatever I'll do. They flat out, people are just putting copy paste answers on there. They're not even getting read because we put read receipts on them and they're not even getting read. So I know they're not using metrics. They're not even
just like
emails they're asking us to do. And they're asking us to explain what we do on a daily basis to them for 5 days straight every freaking week. Our jobs don't work like that. I might do the same thing 15 times a day. And it's going to be...
You're being micromanaged, and I would hate to be micromanaged, so I feel for you.
It's not about that. It's not about that. I don't care about micromanaging. The problem is, if I'm going to sit there and put on there 15 that I did, 15 cases, and I have to then sit there and explain it out, these people, number one, don't know my job. They have no idea what I'm talking about to know if I'm even qualified to say what the fuck I just said. Or they also are not reading them.
Right. No, I agree. It's a bunch of time waste, a bunch of bullshit. I'm saying before we pass judgment within the first 100, 200 days, I just want to see what happens in the long run.
Now,
that's
we
all.
Can see them now. There's no point in waiting 100 more days when we can see what's happening right now. No economist has told, and this is what kills me. I've been screaming, and other people like me have been screaming for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years now about what's happening. And everybody is so blind to it. First of all, the man has tanked the economy more than once. He just got a pass on it the first time because COVID happened to strike right when the effects started happening, which was bullshit. And then on top of that, this man comes through with no plan whatsoever, fucks shit up, and then passes it off as if it was somebody else's fault every fucking time, and then everybody just goes with it.
I mean, I think all presidents kind of do that, to be honest with you. They always
they
pass
don't,
a little
because you
blame. They
can
pass
see
the
what
blame a
they
little
have
bit.
done.
They do pass the blame a little bit when they can. It happens my
No,
entire
but
adulthood.
that's just it. When they get called out on that bullshit, they are ostracized or impeached or other things for it. We know this, but this man gets away with every fucking thing he does. You can look at the evidence for everything he ever does, and it still gets ignored. For example,
Previous
his
presidents haven't been trying to undo previous pardons and other things that other presidents have done, and this president is trying to do it. That's a big deal.
Right. Like, the man pretends he's a king and can do as he pleases because he thinks that the lower courts and no courts have any right to tell him to do anything, which that alone should alarm the fuck out of everybody. I just don't get it.
You know,
He just
I don't have an answer for
impeachment
some
of a-
things, and I have an answer for some things. I mean, nobody. I don't think anybody's ever going to be fully satisfied for whatever we have going on in our country, no
But
matter
there's
who
a
it is. To be
difference
honest with you,
between every other politician we've had and an actual fascist.
I mean, he's calling for the impeachment of a federal judge because he disagrees with it. That's ridiculous.
That's not presidential, nor is that constitutional, nor is that right. He's selling Teslas on the front lawn of the White House.
They literally turned the White House into a car dealership, and that is asinine.
well, I mean,
They're Teslers.
and I know y'all are going to say don't bring up Biden, but I mean, he did
Anytime.
market both
Anytime.
the Obama's books. I mean, he marketed their books and said, hey, buy this book. So what's the difference?
Marketing a book
Was
in a
he
hand
selling
of
cars
TV
on
criminals?
Tesla and giving the prices and the mileage and all that other good shit?
Yeah, you can go to the White House
Was he doing that on the front lawn?
website during
Was he doing that on the
Biden's
front lawn?
presidency, and you could buy both the Obama's books.
Oh my God.
You
Y'all.
can't fit a car in a hand, though. I'm just saying it happens. Every president does that for their boys.
No, making
not
random,
true.
hey, my friend wrote a book is way different than literally putting an actual dealership pop-up on a front lawn of the White House, making a whole promo for it, and then giving off the specs not even a few days after you literally just got done babysitting for your supposed.
They were selling the books
committee.
inside the White House during tours.
You gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop.
They were
Poor
selling the
Obama.
books
My God.
during tours. I'm just
Your
saying.
president-
This
your
whataboutism
president-
is
Yeah, it's
ridiculous.
fucking ridiculous.
I'm just trying to compare the same
It's a
comparison y'all are
life-
using.
Doesn't
It's not a
matter. They're not in our
comparison.
power anymore. It doesn't matter. If that was going on, then maybe it was wrong. Sure, deal with that too. But the fact of the matter is, they're not in power. This man is, and this man is a far bigger threat because this man is an actual fascist who wants to do way more than just fucking sell a book.
Okay, I'm just using the comparison as far as
I
selling
get it,
and
but the
marketing your
comparison
boy's
is
stuff.
not there when this man is a literal megalomaniac.
Well, I'm just
Versus
saying,
the guy who
I'm
just
just going
wants to sell a book for
black
fun.
and white comparison here.
You all
as
keep
far as-
black and white
trying-
comparison,
You all
though.
keep, it's not. You all keep trying. There are two different presidents. One was actually a president, and one is a failed businessman. Those are two different things.
I'm just talking about
failed
marketing
to even
your
broker a
friend's
ceasefire.
products.
He failed to broker a ceasefire with Russia. Zelensky even was willing to do the 30-day ceasefire. Trump couldn't even get that because Putin doesn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm. My appeal was approved, by the way, guys. Just now, I got
Yeah,
it.
because
My
we're
bad.
in Ukraine because of Vanguard and BlackRock, and they own a shitload of Ukrainian companies. That's the
They're
bottom
part
line
of it,
there.
but guess who
Please
helped?
don't
So
bring
you're not
up
familiar
Ukraine.
with the Budapest Memorandum?
The Vanguard and BlackRock own a lot of Ukrainian companies. They have a lot of power.
Answer the question.
I'm not completely familiar with
PNCs?
it. No,
Are those
I'm not.
PNCs? What is
They're
BlackRock?
hedge funds and private equity firms that own
Oh.
Hold on.
I thought
Before
you
we
were
go,
talking about
a lot of
hold on, Gage. Before we go indulging in this weird conspiracy theory bullshit, right? Can we
Right.
just
It's not a conspiracy theory.
hush because whatever. AK, can you explain? Oh, is that Aaron?
Yep.
Yes, God.
Oh, Aaron, I'll let Aaron describe the Budapest
After AK
Memorandum because she's way better
can I
at it
say
than I am.
something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Lala, real quick. Yeah.
Okay, you guys know that yesterday Doge basically busted into the Peace Institute, locked everybody out,
Yes,
came
he did.
in with US Marshals. Now, what is the Peace Institute? The U.S. Institute of Peace was created through an act of Congress in 1984, shortly after a nuclear standoff within the Soviet Union, in order to study peace resolutions to conflicts around the world. So if he is about peace with Ukraine and Russia, why the hell is he trying to destroy this country from the inside out?
That
I don't
group
think
also helps protect us against China as
I
well.
don't
They
think
do
he's
a
about
lot.
peace. I don't think either side's about peace with that particular
Trump's not
That's
about
issue
not the
right
peace.
now.
question I asked.
Trump's not about peace.
Yeah, neither side's about peace. When
Oh my
Trump
money's involved,
gosh.
peace.
All right, here. Can I get the talking stick real quick?
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys are, from what I'm guessing, you're talking about domestic invasion, essentially, right? Like invasion on the home front,
Not even
invasion
necessarily that.
per
We might,
natural law,
we
just
very well
something.
might help Ukraine directly, or Russia directly in Ukraine, or various other things as well. There's a lot of scenarios.
Right. Well, what I was going to bring up is, do you know how the U.S. Army tries to take over or win over countries? Through psychological warfare. It's through winning hearts and minds. And I think kind of what you guys are talking about is what's going on here, you know.
It's
Psychological warfare on the American public.
because you already had several politicians, including some of his cabinet members, who have flat out said in public, recorded on audio and video, saying they are trying to actively traumatize civil workers or cause them to stress because they want them to quit. So they're deliberately causing trauma and harm to people to destroy the government from within. That's why they're doing it this way. It has nothing to do with trying to cut the fat or the waste or whatever. They're trying to actively cause harm so they can consolidate power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trying to pull various independent agencies that are watchdog agencies that are not supposed to be under the president under the executive's control. He wouldn't be out there firing high-ranking military officials because he doesn't like their politics. Like, none of that would be happening if he weren't trying to consolidate power.
And that's the same approach that he takes to immigration.
Mm-hmm.
As he said,
yeah, and
he
that's what I
wants
was
to make it as inhumane and horrible as possible to deter people from coming to this country. He's doing the exact same thing with civil workers. He wants to make it so unbearable. Case in point, bringing all federal employees back into the office when they did not have the space, they did not have desks, they did not have parking, they did not have anything to handle the influx of everyone coming back into the office. Why was it done that way? To frustrate people so they would quit and take the buyout.
And we didn't have offices because when they went to remote work, they saw that it was actually working well because people were saving leave. They weren't using it as often. People were more productive. So they were actually trying to extend these things and actually make them permanent so that they would not have to keep maintenance on buildings and rents and all these other things because these buildings are fucking expensive.
Right.
So, Aaron, before we get too far off, I don't remember which one it was, but one of them did not know what the Budapest Memorandum is, and you're great at explaining stuff like that. Will you touch on that to let them know?
Yeah, yes. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ukraine had the second largest arsenal in Europe region of nuclear weapons. When the USSR fell and they broke off into several states and Ukraine was doing their own sovereign thing, because we were trying to denuclearize, I don't know the right word, but y'all know what I'm trying to say, the world, there was an agreement that NATO, which includes the United States, made with Ukraine that said, hey, if y'all give up your nukes, we make a promise that we will protect you in case Russia shows aggression or invades you. We're not going to put boots on the ground, but we will support you in your defense if that ever happens. And what did Ukraine do? Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons because they had the backing of the United States and NATO to protect them and to support them if Russia ever invaded.
And Russia would have never invaded if that hadn't happened.
Right. Then Russia did. Now, yes, Russia did
Right, so
start
they
this back in 2014. We know this, but administration as well, and he did nothing. Nothing.
And they're only asking concessions of Zelensky in Ukraine. Russia is not offering any concessions whatsoever to try to bring peace.
Well, Russia or Ukraine doesn't want to give up land, but they've already had to give up land before. They shouldn't have to give up more.
Crimea. And...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we got their weapons, so somebody else wants their land. We took their weapons, and they're ours now. Their nukes are ours. So I mean, that's what we did, right? We have control of those. They didn't just disarm them; those are ours now.
No, we have
That
them,
happened. They're ours.
but we're not doing
Right.
anything to stop Russia, which is the agreement.
Correct.
So should Russia? Then I'm not pro-Russia. I'm just asking. Should they have done something to stop us from taking their nukes?
No,
No,
it was an agreement because what most leaders want is peace.
Yeah.
And by making it peace, you make concessions, you give up things, you do things for the betterment of strategic partnerships. That's why America has the strongest military in the world. It's not because we're the biggest and the baddest, it's because of our strategic partnerships where we can launch a ship or troops and be somewhere within a matter of hours.
Only reason we're the
So,
only
and
country
that-
in the world that's allowed to have military bases in other foreign soil.
And so that was our strategic way of taking their weapons and saying, "Hey, we'll protect you. We want what you got." And now we have more nukes.
Yes,
No,
but this was
it's
done
not
in the
about-
90s.
Because that's power. That's not peace.
No,
That's
it's
power.
not. See, you're looking at it in the wrong lens. It's not about us having nukes. It's because it's such a volatile situation there that it is a hair literally. It's so. What's the word I want to use? The relationship or lack thereof between Russia and Ukraine is so delicate that in order for Ukraine to say, because Ukraine has the biggest army in Europe after Russia. Well, actually, I think above Russia, they have the biggest army. So for them to say, hey, you know what? We know we can defend ourselves. But you know what? In the spirit of cooperation, because all these countries were getting rid of their nukes, they were denuclearizing the world, we will give up our nukes, but we just want to make sure that we have assurances because we are weakening ourselves in this aspect that we have protection in case we need assistance, right? That is the compromise that they made. And the agreement from Russia was that they would not invade and Ukraine would get rid of their nukes. That there was only one person that did not hold up their end of the bargain, and that is Russia. It has nothing to do with the amount of nukes that America has.
But do you think if they were giving us their roses, we would have given a shit? We wanted their nukes, so we'd have more power.
But that shows that we are not trustworthy, and we're not. But that shows that America is not a country of our word. So we lose credibility, which could actually have a whole thing across the entire world. If we're losing credibility and we're the only ones allowed in multiple other countries because of our status now, if we're not following through with our deal, regardless if it was in the early 90s, we lose our credibility as the US. And so that starts affecting NATO, that starts affecting the dollar, that affects everything.
Because what country is going to make a deal with somebody that basically just completely went back on everything they promised in a massive deal like that?
The next country that needs help?
No. Because your word is your bond.
We're proving that now because now the EU is rallying behind Ukraine and basically saying, fuck all to us.
Right.
Look at the strength of the dollar. Look at what our partners are doing. They are removing themselves from us. We are strong because of our partnerships. See, you have been, and I'm going to use you as an example, even though I'm speaking figuratively. You have been ingrained to believe.
Like Japan. I mean, they're our allies.
You have been ingrained to believe that we are strong because we're the big men in the room.
Right.
We are strong because of our partnerships. Without our partnerships, we are isolated from most of the world. So therefore, we are not. If all of our allies was to cut everything off, we would not be self-sustaining because who's going to buy from us? Who are we going to sell to? Our GDP will go in the toilet.
Why would they do that?
Because we started a trade war.
Right.
So you're telling me Australia's going to say, hey, we don't want to partner with you anymore, but we're going to have all of our people come here and
listen,
go to Vegas or New York or hang out.
Most other countries,
or people from Brazil.
Hold on a second. Most other countries, will they take their deals that they've made and the alliances they've made very seriously. So if we, I think the biggest problem is like the American excellence and American being the leaders of
American
everything.
exceptionalism.
Yeah, has just become so permeated into us that we don't realize we are not as big and bad on the block as we think we are.
Right.
We're really not. If all these countries got rid of all of our bases that we're allowed to have on their soil, we are the only country that gets away with doing that, by the way. If any of them decide, fuck you, we're done, they get rid of them. We have no, as Aaron pointed out, we are strategically and literally cut off.
And it's already started.
All advantage, yeah.
Like Canada's already starting to do deals with China and redivert, so is Mexico. So there's our two allies, top and bottom.
And there's the other kicker is like everybody thinks that the stuff about Canada being the 51st state and getting Panama and taking Greenland, everybody here who voted for him thinks it's funny. These other countries don't think it's funny. They're geared up for war.
The countries where we have bases in, they're not going to say, "Hey, you can't be here anymore," because
they
share
are.
intelligence. We also share very
they can, and they will.
National security intelligence. They rely on us for a lot of intelligence.
He's dismantling all of the 3-letter agencies. It won't matter.
You realize, like he said in his first term, he took the word over Russia and Putin over our intelligence agencies. At every chance that he gets, he sides with Putin. So what does that tell our allies? Our allies, it tells us that he is compromised because no matter what information was given to him, he sides with Putin. I implore you, go read the stolen documents case. Go of what they released. Go look at what was found in Mar-a-Lago. It was dossiers on our allies. It was human source code, which are spies. The information, like during his first term, human sources, aka spies, were being unalived all over the world. It was so alarming and at such a high rate that mainstream media started reporting on it. What was found in Mar-a-Lago?
Right.
The empty
I'm pretty sure
folder.
spies get unalived pretty frequently if they're a spy.
No, sir.
Oh my gosh.
No, sir. Not at the rate in which
they were releasing emails with actual names of informants, like classified emails just going out with these informants' names, and they were on the job at the time.
Them, or they found them, then released them.
No,
is that what you mean?
They
wasn't releasing them. They found them.
No, they released then. And here's the thing. I mean, this is how you know he's working for Putin, or with him at the very least. What was it, last month? Putin put on his state media, which, you know, he controls all their news, all their everything across his whole country because he's, you know, a fascist dictator. He controls their media. He allowed to be aired on their state media Melania's photos, nudie photos. Trump didn't say a word.
Yeah.
Nobody said a word. Trump let it happen. Didn't give a fuck. You telling me Trump, who got upset?
Was he supposed to, like, you know, go there and
hold on? You're telling me Trump, who couldn't even handle Rosie O'Donnell calling him a name, who has the thinnest skin of any person I've ever seen in my life, my 42 years, gets upset at literally any negative comment to the point where he goes on tirades and rants and threatens all kinds of terrible things and even takes vengeance on them through various manners and ways, is going to ignore that?
If his wife has a serious conversation with him, yeah.
And then on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, during Trump's first term, wasn't there bounties on American soldiers from Putin?
Absolutely.
Yes, there were.
Yep.
He did fuck all, right?
Yep, did nothing.
I mean, we had bounties.
Well, actually, he did do something with Russia his first term. His first term, one of his first things that he did was lift sanctions off of Russia.
Which he's looking to do again now.
Right. Right. So, like, T, are you married?
I was.
Okay, so let's pretend like you're married, you're in love. If someone, or you're in a relationship, let's say that the person that you are dating, someone puts their nude photos for the entire country to see, how would you react?
I would be upset. And then would you still platform?
You'll be upset. Would you still platform this person and still sing their good graces when they have embarrassed not only your significant other, but you as a man?
To keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Wow. That says a lot about you.
That's really sad.
It really does, because if my partner, if someone did something so egregious as to put my personal business on state-sponsored media, where they had the final say on what goes out, and they put those photos out there, and I did nothing or said nothing about it, it shows what a weak man my partner is. Because he could not even defend me by either keeping sanctions on or denouncing whatever was out there.
Do we know what conversation he had with his wife, as far as, like, how his wife felt about it? Because ultimately it happened to his wife, not him.
Are you serious?
I don't know what conversation he had with his wife.
Are you serious? You should stand up for your wife no matter how she feels about it.
The most powerful man in the world is not going to stand up for his.
He wants his wife's vag out there. He's cool with that.
What is it? What should he have done? What should he have done?
At least said what the
fuck. The way he snapped on Zelensky, you mean to tell me he gonna do the same damn thing? And Zelensky didn't do shit to him.
Facts.
I mean, there could have been a private phone call. We don't know.
A private phone call.
You want to know?
Please don't show my wife's naked pictures anymore, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. I won't do nothing that should be bad about you.
I can tell you, my husband is an Air Force.
That he did in private?
My husband is an Air Force vet. He's not even a man in power, but he would go underground into the freaking dark web to bring down whoever did that to me. And I can tell you he would spend every minute, every dollar he could to do it, to make that person's life hell.
Yeah. As a private citizen, I would try and do the same thing, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about.
Hold on. He has more access to shit like that.
Let's go back to
you. Can you explain?
So he should have unalived Putin for doing that.
No one said that. No one
said
that.
We're saying.
That's what she just said. She
no,
said
I did not. No, at the very least, he could have said, "No one will disrespect my wife." At the very least, he could have said that. But he said nothing.
Or at least acknowledged it and said something like admonishing Putin for doing such a thing, and even saying, I'm going to be a bigger person and not take the bait. But that was important. Like, that was just bad. That was a fucked up thing to do. Like, he could have even gone that far, but he couldn't even do that. And then on top of it, when you tell me that American soldiers who have bounties on their head from this man, and he says fuck all and does fuck all about that either, I don't care if
bounties in every war.
We do not have bounties on anybody's head.
Can I clarify? I didn't say that my husband would unalive somebody. There are far more things that you can do on the dark web than do violence.
Right.
Let me tell you that.
Right, and the fact that he ran.
I wanted to ask him how can he explain away Russians media in the White House, in the Oval Office?
I was going to ask him how Trump can have backdoor, closed door, no reporter type meetings with Putin, and nobody says nothing.
Right.
The fuck? Like, here's the thing. I'm 42, right? I was born in 82. I have never in my life, actually the entire part of my life, all I ever heard from my conservative family and any other conservative in the woods and hills of Kentucky that I grew up in, all of them, Putin bad, Russia bad, communists, hate, Russia bad, right? My whole fucking life. Suddenly, this motherfucker comes down the goddamn escalator and Putin and Russia are good.
As somebody who lives in Alaska, we have a lot of Russian immigrants, and this is something that people don't talk about. Is when we talk about borders, nobody ever talks about what happens in Alaska.
Yeah, Russia just becoming
And they're like, it's so, and we also have a huge Ukrainian population. But what a lot of people don't know is like Anchorage is one of the most diverse cities in the United States. We have every culture there.
The problem is because you had a governor like Palin before, and that just fucked it all up.
Oh, 100%. And then Parnell, don't even get me started on that motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Our PFD is, but the thing is like Alaskans, we are gearing up for possible invasion because a lot of people don't know, but Russia flies into our airspace every fucking day.
Yeah.
Every fucking day. Like constantly. And Alaskans, like Putin has made it very, very clear that he wants Alaska back.
Yes, he has.
And
Can I?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I think it's important that we go back to the full page ad that Trump put out in mainstream media, I think in a couple of different papers in New York. In 1987, after coming back from Russia, after being courted by the Kremlin, he and his wife had gone to Russia. He wanted to build some hotels over in Russia, and he was courted. And when he came back, he put out full-page ads about how wonderful Russia was. And we wonder why he's a simp for Putin.
I need somebody to fact check me before I say this, but like,
It's just typical. It's just typical when the radical left says Russia, Russia, Russia.
I believe his parents have a connection with Russia as well.
Correct me though,
Ask
seriously.
them at
Right.
staying at his hotels.
Correct me though. I need somebody to fact check me on this. If I'm not wrong, did not Elon have a meeting with Putin, and then suddenly he buys Twitter and starts suppressing left-wing people?
Oh, it's worse than that.
Oh, I don't know.
Like Elon's been shutting off.
Wasn't that the timeline though? Like that was like
2021.
Ponder said
2022.
yes.
Okay.
It's been years.
Yeah, it's been that's been the timeline. So I found it kind of strange that Schmatzi goes and meets with Putin, suddenly comes back, buys X, and starts helping government, and then suddenly is involved in government, like directly.
Right.
On top of the fact that back in the 80s, he had a case where DEI, like if you wanted to, we already knew that he didn't believe in DEI because there was a case with people of color against him back in the 80s because he was being, for lack of a better term, like he was not giving them equal opportunities. And there was a lawsuit against it.
Right. And I also find it hard to believe that he's not working with Putin, because when Elon's very young child is sitting next to the most powerful man in the world and tells him to shut his mouth and to go away, you're not the real president, and Trump doesn't even
Doesn't correct. No. In fact, now he's babysitting for little X.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I wonder.
I think they're
really
using him as a
curious.
human shield, if you want me to be honest.
Are they?
He absolutely
No,
is.
I'm.
Elon was
I wonder if. No, I actually wonder if they aren't related somehow.
It very well could be. But regardless, I do know that Elon has definitely got something on Trump, because there ain't no way Trump is putting up with all this disrespect. It's just not happening.
Who's willing to put money that Elon's got like a lot of evidence against Trump, specifically as it relates to the Epstein flight logs?
Facts.
Who wants to? We got any money on that?
Especially when there's a
I'm not betting against that. Are you kidding?
one of my favorite conspiracy theories, because it does kind of make sense, is the fact that they're missing that binder still, if I'm not mistaken, full of a whole bunch of juicy little tidbits about people we shouldn't be just letting float around out there.
Well, that's because it was on Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yeah, right.
Oh wait, well,
well, my favorite part about the story is that I think might actually be kind of true. is the fact that anybody noticed that Ivana's grave has not been touched nor visited. It's all
Right?
overgrown and stuff.
I'm sorry. We like.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you expecting
Her death
billionaires
was
to have like
very
any?
suspicious.
It is.
Were you like expecting
Missing a
billionaires to
binder.
have fucking sympathy now? Like,
oh no, it's not about
empathy.
sympathy. I'm saying they hid the binder in her casket, and she may not even be in it.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh, that's brilliant. That makes sense.
Because fact of the matter is, there's quite literally her grave is sitting there completely overgrown, nobody visiting it. You're telling me that these billionaire people who are at this property often don't visit their own mother and don't pay the gardener enough to just swing by a few extra feet of grass?
Well, other people who don't even have nearly as much money, their families are their graves are constantly clean. They've got flowers constantly. Like, they have people go out there on a almost daily basis for certain graves.
Right.
So,
well,
your family's worth billions, really?
Well, her grave is on. Is it on Mar-a-Lago or is it on Westminster?
I think it's on Mar-a-Lago.
Bedminster. It's on Bedminster.
Yeah, so no, the public doesn't even have access. Didn't he have so? And that's the one thing, you have to go through a lot of licensing to be able to bury people on specific properties.
Yeah,
and that is absolutely wild.
So you're telling me nobody visits this woman that they paid to specially be able to bury her, and there it's on a big billionaire's property who pays a gardener, and there's a binder missing full of stuff that we need to know.
I don't know if y'all have heard, but there was a lawmaker here in Minnesota who just got arrested for soliciting a minor.
Yep. He's the one who was trying to introduce the bill of the Donald Trump syndrome.
The deliciousness of that is just...
Oh, guess what? Also a Republican. Big surprise.
Like, this has to be some sort of bad production that we are living. Like, this simulation... Where's the restart button? Because this
how did we get in this timeline?
The restart button?
We are in the wrong fucking timeline.
I know where the restart button
it's bad when the French want Lady Liberty back.
That is
right.
That's very true. Yeah, that's.
Can they? My question is, can they actually follow through on that?
They wouldn't want to.
No, that was a gift.
Like they wouldn't want to. Not with this administration.
Right.
I mean, like, I'm sorry. I'm going to bet on the U.S. Navy if it comes to that. I'm sorry. I don't want to, but if that's what it comes down to. I'm sorry. French don't stand a chance.
You know what's funny? I find alarming that nobody found that these people that voted for him didn't find alarm bells going off when the Germans said, "Hey, y'all got some
pay attention to history
going on." Like, the Germans of all people are like, "Hey, U.S., something's happening. Y'all need to pay attention." And the U.S. is just like, "You don't know what you're talking about, Germany." Germany doesn't know what fascism is or where it came from or how it works or what it looks like.
Like, they're holding topless protests for the U.S. over there.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed. I fucking love it. Like,
they sure are.
We need. It makes me want to do something here, but obviously, anytime we do something, we're immediately going to be arrested.
But I just find a lot of weird coincidences. I don't know if the binder thing is true there. It's just an odd coincidence, I find. But he is an active fascist. I'm not going to mince my words on that. He is in fact a fascist.
It's going to be really interesting to see where this goes now that the two federal judges have gone against him and his his orders. So it's going to be very interesting to see what plays out the next couple days.
Well, you know it's bad when his Supreme Court is coming out and saying, you can't do that. Like, you know it's bad because they were hand selected to do this.
Here's the thing. I'll know it's bad, really bad, when Clarence Thomas does it.
Point taken.
That's when I'll... You know what I mean? That's how I know we've hit the no return point. We've reached the red line. No, but that, we've already reached a red line. But still, regardless, no, make no bones about it. This man's a fascist, and he wants to take this country over. He would not be consolidating power. He would not be trying to take it from people. He would not be trying to take away rights. He would not be advocating for state rights over national rights for basic things that should not be state rights alone. It's just, I need the world to wake up. Time's a ticking. Time is a ticking. All right, everybody, tap screen, share the live for me because I plan to be on for a little while still. So tap, 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 share, share, share. Appreciate you. We've got what 100. We've had over 100 people in here for a while, and I'm still not over 25K and only 24 shares. I feel unloved. I feel so unloved.
I'll race whoever in the next 2 minutes to see who can get the most taps. Let's go.
There we
Let's
go.
race.
That'll do it.
Pansies, you can't keep up with this.
You're right, I can't.
Hey, Kate.
What you
did
gonna
you
do
get that
now?
thing taken care of?
Thanks, guys.
I have taken away the thing that you derive power from. I'm just kidding.
Did you get that thing
Everyone
taken care of?
Hold on, I'm trying to think. The thing. Give me a second. I need to process.
Doing a thing.
Let me go look at texts really fast. Hold on.
Okay. Sure. All right.
She's going to be like, oh, I'm so mad about that.
Yeah.
I need to email them. That's the second person. What the hell? People are downloading my videos and making money off my moose videos on YouTube. So if you see anybody that is not me that has the moose videos, please report them.
Mm-hmm.
What the crap?
I know, right?
Of all the content to steal, your moose videos.
Yeah, a pet, like a moose. And the funny thing is the way that they're twisting it could literally get them arrested in Alaska. Because you cannot touch moose technically in Alaska, but it is highly illegal to feed any type of wildlife in Alaska, and they do not play. You get massive fines and jail time.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they're fucking with you.
Yeah. So and so if you see it, please report it because we don't play. I actually got really sassy with somebody on my page and kicked them off my page. I'm like, if you're going to continue to try to say that I'm doing illegal activities, then we're going to have a problem.
I couldn't report that one because it's off of the Red Play app, and right.
But
so it's you that has to actually do it. That's why I sent you the screen.
I'm going to check also because I did sign with an agency. LAD signed me to have cover of my profile. Stuff and then I after them.
Well, we're not mistaking LAD with Lad Bible, right?
Correct. Correct.
Hey, Mala.
That
I made you a mod. Can you hold the fort down for me for a few minutes?
Sure.
Thank you, dear.
Did anybody hear about the protest? I don't know if it was in Serbia, but they were having the moment of silence.
Yes.
What? So there's a lot of
so
conspiracy. That is so. Did they use the sonic machine? Is that what they used?
I mean, I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I saw a fuck ton of people move out of the way for a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah.
Which that would kind of be the intended, like that kind of seems to be the effect of a sonic weapon.
Yeah, it was thousands of people that all of a sudden, and it was during a moment of silence for the person who had been unalived.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's fucking demented.
Hey, what happened?
So the Serbian, there's been a so there has been a massive general strike / protest in Serbia, as random fucking Eastern European country. We're talking like millions of people have been protesting. And just a couple days ago, there is footage that got leaked, and it was essentially, all these people, like the streets are just absolutely crowded, okay? and they were having a moment of silence, and then all of a sudden, like you can see, it's like people, it's nothing but people on the street for just block after block after block, and then they all quickly like move. You can hear them panic, right? And all of them move off of the street. And essentially, what we're finding out is that the Serbian government has been like used a sonic weapon, which a sonic weapon is just like that. Imagine like just something that like just
the Hulk, when they were using the sonic weapons on the Hulk in the movie to kind of control.
Yeah, kind of like that's basically kind of like that. Only like it's not gonna make like visible waves, like what we saw in the movie.
Right.
But like you're pretty much spot on, and it can rupture. It can do everything from rupture your eardrums. Sonic weapons are just demented.
They're fucked up. They were highly concussive.
There was a video I watched where some
they
guy
can cause
was
brain damage.
it, saying it only goes. He said he's like, it's not that bad what they did to them. It only goes in 1/64 of an inch to the pain receptors, and those people are fine. I'm like, you don't know those people's underlying health conditions.
Yeah,
like,
pain receptor, that doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, exactly. Like no.
Like that. Oh, it only goes with the pain receptors. Okay, well that's really conveniently leaving out like what it can do to your eardrums, because it's not a matter of there being pain. Because okay, sure, it might go up to only a little bit of the pain receptors, but that's not telling me if you're gonna bust their eardrums or not.
Yeah, you could. And stuff like that, you could rupture organs.
Yeah, you don't know if it's going to cause bleeding from the ears or from the eyes or anything else.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm going to do, guys. We haven't had anybody want to come up for a little while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset by going back to my main since my appeal got approved. And then just kind of reset that way. So please follow me back over there. And in this wonderful world of TikTok. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, everybody, as you're coming in, tap and share for me. Let's get me back out to the things with the things and the people and the talking and all the other things.
Yeah, I tried this in the comments. Yeah, Japan has been saying a lot about us.
Yeah, I saw that. I was going to comment on it, but I was like, well, we haven't had a guest in a while. I need to get a reset going. I figure we'll try and pick that up later. But yeah, I was like, yeah, that is pretty bad. If quiet normally keeps to themselves, don't bother nobody in Japan, well, not bother anybody recently.
You know why, right?
Well, they're not trying to ruffle no feathers no more.
Well, you know why they don't want to ruffle any feathers, especially with us?
Yeah, because they've been fucked up before. I already know.
Well, it's not just fucked up. We quite literally, legislatively made Japan our bitch.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
Like, they don't want... But, like, it's bad when you are legislatively cannot say shit about us, finally say shit about us.
There's that. There is that.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey. All right. Jonas, are you over 18?
Say what?
Are you over 18?
Yes.
All right. And do you want to pick one of the topics on the background to talk about?
And they're gone.
Oh, yeah. All right
Just
then.
like that.
Just like that. Yay! Quick win.
Just mark that one down for the books. Oblivion, I saw your update. It was really sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Bill, what's up? Hold on. Yadkun, for TikTok purposes, could you please get an age?
Yeah, I'm 19.
All right. Do you want to pick one of the points on the background to talk about?
Yeah, I was just wondering, how is Christian nationalism taking away LGBTQIA and women?
They're taking away their rights.
Taking away rights, yeah. How are they doing that?
The rights of, yeah.
Yeah, how are they taking away those rights?
Well, legislatively, there's quite a few anti-gay and trans bills throughout the country currently, either working their way through the various senates through states or have already passed. As well as the same thing with taking away women's health care nationally, so that now their rights vary state to state.
How is women's health care getting, like, can you give me any examples of, like,
For instance, Alabama has been trying to take down IVF facilities because, according to the Christian organizations, a sperm and egg cell that has been inseminated is a life, and terminating that is murder.
And IVF is women's health care?
Yes. It's family planning. So, Yod, for instance, are you familiar with what infertility is?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so this kind of goes to that, right? Do you believe people have the right? Do you believe people should have the right to start their families when they want to?
No, I mean that's not a right.
What do you mean? You don't believe that? Sorry, let me rephrase the question. Do you believe that consenting adults should have the right? So then, which one?
The pursuit of life, liberty, and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Furthermore, it would fall under
That's
the privacy.
not even what that
Furthermore,
means.
it would fall under the privacy amendments, which.
How so?
Well, what do you mean how so? You're basically saying. What do you mean how so? It would go to essentially whether or not the government has the.
Because I don't know what that. I'm not familiar with the.
Okay. So I believe the
privacy amendments.
I'm probably going to get this wrong, but the jurisdiction is with respect to privacy amendments is with respect to 3 specifically, and I believe it's the 7th and the 12th, and I want to say the 14th. I'm probably wrong because it's been a sec.
How about we let an actual woman speak on it now, though? Go ahead, Kay. Go ahead, Kay, if you like.
Hi, good night. So you said you don't know the law. So where I'm going with that is, you're a man.
Whoa, don't assume that. I never said my gender.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Based on your conversations, that's the assumption that I could bring. May not be right?
Yeah, I mean that's stereotyping, but okay.
I don't stereotype anybody.
Yeah, you just did.
Why didn't you I'm going to get crazy because at that point is, if I'm doing something wrong, it's very okay for you to say, that's not what I go by, and give me your pronouns so we can have a discussion in a very safe and understanding place. But you are now doing this crap and say, that's not what you said. So can I clarify then, or ask you the question? How do you identify?
Yeah, I'm a guy.
Right. So when you say you're a guy, that's so fluid.
No, guy is not fluid. Guy is not fluid.
It is, because there's guys that are heterosexual. There's guys that are bisexual.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about sexuality. When did sexuality get mixed into this?
It does get mixed into it.
No, sexuality and gender are very different.
Listen to me. It does get mixed into it when you want to decide after a sexual act what I'm supposed to do with my body. So that's how it gets mixed into it.
No, it doesn't.
Explain that, because
That makes no sense.
that's like
You were talking about gender and pronouns, and then I said I'm a
Before
guy.
that, but the main topic was AB rights. You asked how they were healthcare. She was trying to speak on that.
No, yeah. How is well, not even if obviously that is a form of healthcare, but that's not a right. You don't have a right.
Also, Dugald, real quick, can you get Roz up here? Dragon Daddy.
Sure.
when you say right
Mm-hmm.
and it's not a right, I'm telling you, I cringe, because your existence is a right based on what you want to do, not based on what somebody else is telling you. So that's the
No,
reason
that's
why
not true. That's not true,
you
actually.
deflected so much. You deflected.
So are you saying rights are up to the individual?
No, but the right to their body and their autonomy to their body is.
That's not what Kay was saying.
It was. You just didn't hear it that way.
Well, you did a very poor job of wording it then.
Well, it's good, because you've done a very poor job of not making me understand why whatever decision I want to make, I can't make it.
Yeah, I mean, like to be honest, Yad, you're the one who literally said that there are adults who consent, who you believe do not have the right to start their own families, which I think is very interesting.
I did not say those words.
No, not you.
No, okay.
Not UK.
No.
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah. So like this goes to this kind of weirdly goes to like if you don't like big government, you have basically created a big government problem.
I never said anything about my opinion on big or small government.
I know you did.
Can we go back to not government and a specific topic? Or
Not really, because rights are given to us by the government. So
that's.
You don't think it's a right for adults to start a family whenever they want to?
You just contradicted the hell out of yourself.
You just contradicted
Yeah.
yourself, because that's not the definition that you just gave of rights just a moment ago. You just said something completely opposite. You said something to the effect of the rights is just to the effect.
No, that was what Kay said. That was what Kay said, and I was that's what I was saying. I was saying that's not what rights are not. You don't get to decide what your rights are. Rights are given to us by the government.
Right, but we're in a
So
democracy.
if that's the case, and the rights are one second. If the rights are given to us from the government, and the government allows me as a Black trans woman to have the right to have F on my ID and F on my birth certificate, where do you come in speaking against it? And furthermore, let's do the opposite of that. Furthermore, if a woman who has bodily autonomy and that bodily autonomy is taken away, then where is the quote unquote rights in that?
I mean, what bodily autonomy is not a right.
Yes, it is.
Bodily autonomy is not
really.
Oh wow.
So what about the military draft? What about the military draft? What about seatbelt laws? What about all that stuff? Right? That's the government controlling our body, saying us that we have to do certain things with our body.
Question, real quick. How old are you?
So.
Hold on one second, Dragon. How old are you?
Yep, I'm waiting.
Oh,
I want to know how old this guy is.
I'm 19. How old are you?
You're 19 years old. You're listen to me. You are not in a position to have a discussion, argument, or even opinion when it comes to me. So I'm going to go on mute and allow everyone else to talk to you, because I don't speak to people your age. Learn something, experience something.
That's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing. Keep that up. You only talk to people younger than me? Is that?
No, that
what
is not what she said. And
No?
don't even go down that route. That is.
Well, she said she didn't talk to people my age.
She said she doesn't talk to people your age. She talks to people older than you.
Older than me, okay.
You deliberately went toward younger. You know you.
I did, because it was funny.
That was not funny.
It was
People like
funny.
us
It's
get
not
unalived and harmed because of those fucking jokes. That's why people associate us with being this bullshit. It's because of those fucking jokes and the fact that you all just offhandedly say it as if it's funny. That affects us, dude.
How does that affect? How did that joke?
If somebody comes up and threatens violence on me, and because they're comparing me to a 3PDO because I happen to be part of the gay community, that's a problem, and it's because of that stereotype or that type of joke.
I never did. I don't even know what this
Are you
person.
serious?
I don't know what
I don't find
what
shit
group
funny.
this person identifies in. I just said it because
Are
I'm gonna
you gotta
say.
be fucking serious? You can't
What
be
do you
serious.
mean?
You can't
What do you
be
mean?
serious.
Huh?
So in addition to you not thinking that two consenting adults wanting to start a family whenever they want to is not a right, you want to go down the rabbit hole of, hey, I'm going to say a joke that's going to convict every single adult in this goddamn panel as a fucking chomo. Yeah, fuck that.
You could hear that he was smirking. You could hear the smile in his voice when he was talking.
Yeah, I couldn't take it. Because at the end of the day, doesn't matter. The thing that gets me to God, and I know I'm in a different place, but the thing that gets me, even if they use their book says that what happens in the marital beds is between those two people, right? It doesn't say what you want to do is wrong. It happens between those two people. And if I'm the chick that decide, okay, yo, let me bring another badass bitch in this shit and let's do it. It's not wrong because those things are supposed to be sacred. And they don't get that. And it drives me crazy.
Yeah, that dude was probably a like blossoming fucking Christofascist, and yeah, he was a piece of shit. It's really sad that Gen Z is just like losing left and right to the fucking Yahtzees of all people.
Yep.
Go
ahead, Dragon.
Go ahead, Dragon.
I just want to push back, Kay, just a little bit, because you said what happens in the bedroom is nobody's business, and I don't disagree with you, right?
Right.
However, straight people don't keep it in the bedroom.
Nope.
They hold hands, they do PDA, they're all up in our movies and TV shows. So this whole notion, right, that we need to keep it in the bedroom is absolute garbage, and I refuse to play into it.
Well, I'm not playing into it.
And I know that's not what you were saying.
Yeah.
I just also know that there are other ears that might have heard what you said and might have taken it that way. Does that make sense? That's the only reason I'm pushing back. I know how you meant it and how you were saying it.
Right, and I rock with you for that, and I agree with you. At the end of the day, sometimes they need to fucking hear that your judgment belong.
I've said it more times than I can count over the years, is that Christians, all right, Kate, I appreciate you. Christians have this obsession with people's genitals and what they do with them, and I find it to be the weirdest fucking thing. And then it's become like a conservative, like,
it's a fetish.
yeah, it's like a thing that conservatives and Christians alike just obsess over. It's to the point where they have to make up laws for people that make up barely even a whole % of the population. Like,
Also, someone correct me if I'm wrong. That I'm not going crazy. Is starting a family, when you feel like starting a family, is under the right with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness?
Yes.
Right, I'm not crazy.
Yes.
That's the part that took me out of the picture. I'm like, the fuck you mean?
Right. That's because here's the thing. The dumbing down of our country has been many decades long affair, and it has worked. It has worked. We unfortunately know we have a lot of people in our country who get exposed to being unfortunately undereducated because we now have reporters who go out and just tell people on the conservative side, especially, to point to certain countries on a map, and they're all unable to do so. Now, I'm not saying I can pick out every. Like, I know where China is. I know where Russia is. I know where Mexico is. I know where Canada is. I know where Venezuela, Chile. I know where all the South American countries are. essential.
What Country Is This is one of my favorite games to play with them.
It makes me incredibly sad that some of them are like, oh, I don't even know where China is. Like, how do you expect the amount of people on the right that have opinions about things but know nothing about said thing is mind-boggling.
I was on a live where someone legit said that oil doesn't come from the ground; it comes from a laboratory.
What? You know what? I'm not even surprised.
You know why? You know why? I guarantee you this is why. They read on the oil that they put in their car synthetic.
Oh no!
Yep.
I guarantee you that's what happened.
You know these motherfuckers couldn't point out Iraq, Afghanistan, or Ukraine on a map either.
Hell no.
So, Joshua, that's actually my favorite setting to play that game is when I'm in a Ukraine focus live.
Yeah.
Is I play What Country Is This? And I have a picture that I pull up with all the country names blocked out. And then I finish it with how many of these countries border Russia? And how many of them are in NATO?
Oh no.
Oh
That's
no.
rough.
Well,
at this point, right, I have to be.
Rough.
Well,
at this point, right, I have to be.
That you referenced because I feel like I was the only person that ever saw it, but thank you. But the big thing is that our country has lost the script on Russia. We don't know what. Well, I say we colloquially because I know we know. Nobody knows what Russia's trying to do. Like the average Trump voter doesn't realize that Russia's trying to reunite the original Russia, Mother Russia, USSR Russia, which includes Poland, Belarus.
Wait a minute.
Not Poland, but what?
Wouldn't original Russia that would refer to Imperial Russia?
Well,
original Russia. Well, hold on. Original Russia is actually Ukraine.
Yeah, basically the surrounding countries: Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and there's two other ones.
Okay. Basically, they're just doing imperial shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's two other countries, and I can't remember the names of them now. Maybe even three. I don't know. But anyway, he wants all this back. Now apparently he wants Alaska as well too. I mean, what do you
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
Well, actually, apparently Russia flies over Alaska quite often. So
well, okay, hang on. This dude lost the Black Sea Fleet to a country without a navy. Okay.
Yep.
I will. All right. I'll put again. I'm putting money on the U.S. Navy.
Roz, you know what I'm about to say, right?
I want Russia to touch the boats.
Do not touch
the
boats.
Touch the boats.
Don't.
I have wanted Russia to touch the boats for 3 years to end this shit because I'm tired of losing my friends.
Yeah, Trump would give it to them.
Hate on Christian. If it's not gonna be Russia, it's gonna be fucking Yemen. I swear to fucking God.
Yemen already did.
All right, the Corvo.
No, they almost did.
The Corvos, are you over 18? All right. Do you want to pick one of the points in the background and talk about?
Yeah. Let me see. The first one: Christian nationalism, taking away the rights of LGBTQIA and women. I don't think they're taking away rights of women or anybody. I don't think they're taking away rights because there's a different thing that there's a difference. There's something called a privilege and then there's something called a right.
Oh.
Now there's privileges and rights. When you say they're taking away rights, you're wording it in a very wrong way.
So you don't believe that people...
Hold on. Before he starts speaking on female issues, or women's issues, I'm going to open it to the women on the panel first, since they're the ones with the uteruses.
And those who are femme presenting.
Yes, as well. So
presenting now, then what? Now I'm a woman now. So now you got to ask me
how that works. That's not how that works.
May I say something before we continue this?
Go ahead, Cisco.
The idea that all of us have our own experiences lived and whatnot we are speaking for other people that we haven't lived their experiences just behooves me. I am a 41-year-old gay man. I do not know what it's like to be a woman of color, a straight person, and yet here we are having people come into the chat thinking that they have the right to speak for an existence they haven't lived. That just blows my mind.
You think they can vote for it?
I could speak on stuff. You want to know why? Because I'm a grown adult that lives in America, and I have a say too. And some people, you can't just say people don't have says.
You don't have a say over a
You can't
woman's
say I don't have a
body.
say. You can't
You
say
you
I don't.
How
don't.
old are you?
I
Everybody has
just
a say.
did.
I
How old
believe
are you?
everybody has a say in any situation. Everybody has a say. So you can't say that
So
because it's
why do
bad.
you know?
But you can only speak to
Explain
your
why do you have
experience. You
a
can't speak
why?
to somebody else's. Forgive me.
Explain
I'm
why do you
sorry.
have a say?
Say because everybody should have a say. Everybody should have a vote. Everybody should have a
So
say.
when you
Over
get
some.
dressed in the morning before you put on your skivvies, do you put a post online and ask what color skivvies you should wear?
I don't know what skivvies
So
are.
everyone can have a say?
Fucking boxers, your underwear.
Oh, you talking about like what underwear I should wear? I mean, look, when it comes to
Right.
stuff,
Do
when it
you
comes
do
to
you let
trash,
everyone
Jesus.
have a say on what underwear you're gonna
When
wear?
it comes
You
to
said
public
everyone should have a
decency,
say on everything.
when it comes to public decency, everybody has a say. If people feel offended by what something's
Ooh,
doing
this
with
is going
somebody,
down
You
the wrong
got to be
place.
people
kidding
have a
me.
say. They have the right to say that we don't like what he's doing. We don't like what he's
It's
doing.
Wait a
just
minute.
it's
Hold
crazy.
on. Corvus, are you one of those people that goes up to women who wear bikinis and tell them they look like they look trashy or slutty? Are you one of those?
If it's my woman, I would say that.
What?
Ugh.
If
So
it's my
she
woman,
really
but
Brother,
do
you
have a
Ugh.
want to
Wait,
know
wait.
why?
I
You
need
want to
I
know
need
why?
to answer this. I need an answer to this question. Do you fucking listen to Andrew Tate?
No, I don't listen to Andrew Tate.
What
I'm
about
just
Joe
going off myself.
Rogan?
I go off how
But
I feel.
whose
Look, I'm gonna
definition
express how I
of
Hold
feel,
on, guys.
no
Hold
matter
on.
what, and nobody could silence what I want to say. I'm gonna express how I feel.
Go ahead, Bash.
Real quick, I'm sorry, I'm in the studio. I just wanted to pop in and ask one quick question. Bro, did you grow up, Quavo, did you grow up with a public pool?
I grew up next to a public pool, but I didn't go. I went in like maybe 1 year. I wasn't going in there like that.
But there was a public pool where you grew up?
Yeah, there was a public, but only when I was little I went there because my parents was at work a lot, and I was like by the YMCA. There was like a public pool and stuff. Like I was just around people because my parents like they had jobs and stuff, so I
You couldn't
wasn't.
really get out there. Is
I was
that
just
is
going.
that pool still there?
Yeah, that pool's still there.
Okay. You be everywhere. You know that? Like there used to be
I
lots of
don't know.
neighborhoods that just public. This is a fact. Like there used to be lots of neighborhoods that had public pools.
I still
Right?
got
I
a
grew up.
public pool.
They're very rare now. They're very rare. I'm glad you still got one. But they're very rare now. You know why they're so rare?
I don't know why, but um, I mean probably because like that type of stuff is just not in style like that no more.
But no, they got voted out. So there are lots of places that like voted to close them. Do you know why they voted to close them?
I don't know. I
Because
don't
keep in
know.
mind they were public, so they were part of the city would build them. You get what I'm saying? Or the state. Here. But we can vote to close it, right? And so they did. They voted to close lots of them. So most, especially in the South, there are not a lot of places that have public pools down here. Where I'm from.
From the South, I mean, I know the South is a segregated place, but
No, but I'm getting to a point.
I'm talking about LGBT. I'm not even talking about.
No. Just hear what I'm saying. I know you're talking about LGBTQ. I'm getting to my point. All right. But because of that, now there are lots of black kids in the South that don't get access to swimming pools, right? And they don't get to swim because they don't have the public resources to swim. Okay? All right. All because you're right. Like, as you said, everybody has a voice, right? Everybody should have a say as to what people can do.
I disagree. But I mean, just because a public pool is closed down doesn't mean they don't have access to swimming pools.
No, they don't. They don't have public access to pools. You hear what I'm saying? They don't.
I mean, even at the public pool, I still had to pay a fee. I still, it was a cheap fee. It was really cheap, but
that's not public.
I had to get like a special card and a wristband.
Yeah, that's a private pool. That's a private pool. That's not a public.
It wasn't private. It was public. It was public.
No,
but
it's not. If you have to pay for it, it's not public.
It's substantially cheap. It's like maybe $5-10 for like a whole
Corvius,
summer.
can you just allow him to finish his thoughts?
Okay. Well, there used to be free public pools. Let me say it that way. Right? Okay. Free public pools. And those pools were closed because voters in that area said, I don't want to vote with those people. Right? I don't want to swim with those people. So they voted to close it. Right?
I know mine's public. Mine was public and it had
okay, fair enough. I'm not talking about yours anymore.
It had a gym and it was public.
I'm not talking about yours anymore, but just stay with me. Okay. Not talking about yours anymore. I'm talking about where I grew up. Do you agree that that was the right thing to do?
I don't know, like the truthfulness behind.
I promise. Just Google it. I didn't make this story.
I don't know.
I would never lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you.
With your story that you just made, like with that story.
I didn't just make that up.
Wait. It's not a. Hang on. It's not a story, bro. This is like, if you don't believe him, he just invited you to fact check his ass.
I had a public pool, and there's black people.
Right. But I'm saying that
from my experience, I don't have
what I'm saying, bro. Just hear me out.
I'm not from the South either.
I know. I'm telling you about my.
The right person.
But just hear what I'm asking. Just hear what I'm asking.
Corvus, let Bash talk. It'll be all right.
Just based on what I just told you, that was my experience in my life. I can show you where our public pool used to be. It used to be in a place called McAlpin Park. Right? Okay. Those pools, and none of the public pools in the city of Birmingham or in the state of Alabama, there are none in Georgia, there are none in Mississippi, there are none in Tennessee. Right? There used to be lots of them, and I can take you where they were. You will see that they are now all concreted over. Okay. This is a very well documented thing. This is not something that you have to like guess about. You can go look this up. They'll tell you all about it. Okay. Do you think that was the right thing to do?
Well, closing the public pools, it's not like, I don't know, bro. I honestly don't know, because I am not from those places, so I can't.
But don't have to be from the places. You're not a woman either, but you're making choices about those things. Listen to what I'm saying. No, you don't. You just spoke on women.
I'm not from Birmingham, Alabama.
You're not a woman, so stay with me. Come on.
I'm not from Birmingham, Alabama.
Don't run. You're not a woman either, but you spoke on women, so stay with me.
What do you mean? I'm around women every day.
You're around people from Birmingham too.
No, I'm not. I'm not around people.
You're talking to one right now.
Birmingham is a different.
Bro, you're talking
to me right now.
Birmingham is a whole completely different country.
Oh my God,
bro! Listen, you're talking to someone from Birmingham right now.
Genuine.
Okay, all right. So, do you think that was the right thing to do?
Based on your story, no. But I mean,
why? Based on my story. Wait. Okay, fair enough. Google it. And make sure you do. Based on my story, why don't you think that was the right thing? Just based on what I told you, why don't you think it was the right thing to do?
Based on your story, you portrayed it as a racist thing. So obviously, I'm gonna say that's racist. Then based on your story, but I gotta look into the full. I can't
look into it. Okay, just based on.
I gotta talk to more than one person.
What's wrong with racism?
I can't just listen to one person.
Fair. I'm gonna stay with my story right now. Go look up the facts later. Just based on the story I gave you.
All right, never mind.
Okay, what's wrong with racism?
With racism?
Yes. What's wrong with racism?
Hating anybody for whatever color your skin is bad.
Let's say they didn't hate them. They just didn't want to swim with them.
What do you mean?
They just did not want to swim with them.
They didn't want to swim with them. So they liked them, but they didn't want to swim with them?
Yeah. They didn't have to like them, but they didn't have to hate them. They might be indifferent with them in other places. They might work with them or go to school with them. But specifically, I do not want to swim with them. That's possible. Right? Okay. But what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Lack of diversity.
A lack of diversity. Okay. So you think that a lack of diversity is bad?
I mean, I live in a very diverse place, so I can't speak on the South. I don't know about it. I don't know.
But we're talking about diversity now, not diversity in the North or the South. I'm asking you what you think is wrong. Doesn't matter if it's in the North or the South. Do you think that a lack of diversity is a bad thing?
Not necessarily, but I think that if there is diversity and then you can't have diversity in one single place, even though there is diversity, then that's artificial. That doesn't make sense. So
I didn't think I understand what you're saying. Say it one more time.
So yeah, it's artificially not diverse, even though you're in a diverse place. But if something's naturally being a certain way, then it should naturally be that certain way, and that's what I
So
believe.
things that are naturally diverse should stay naturally diverse.
Yes.
Right, and you should never do anything to end that natural diversity.
Exactly. Anything artificially something is bad.
Okay. But if it is not, let me make sure I'm understanding this. And I think we're coming to my parking space right now. I'm about to park right here. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. Anything that is naturally diverse, we should keep naturally diverse, right? And we should never end that natural diversity, right?
Yeah, we should always never create laws to. We should never create laws to stop what's naturally going on in the natural market, and the natural neighborhoods, and natural things like that.
Okay. You should take that exact same thought, word for word, what you just said, and apply it to our LGBT brothers and sisters and non-binary relatives. That's all I wanted to say. Y'all have
I do that. That's exactly what I do.
Okay, but that's the problem. But hang on, Corvus.
Because if you start giving these people,
women apply that same logic to women.
I do. Yes. I do apply it.
You don't.
But hang on.
Feel that you have a say so.
Everything I do is a science. It's a science. Look, listen.
No, it's not, because you don't have your methods or your abstract or your data.
You don't want to. I listen to you. I listen to you. Now listen to me. Look, LGBT women, right? They get an artificial advantage in work. They get an artificial advantage.
So you're done.
It's not natural. It's not
you
natural.
Lying. And right now, I'm interrupting
you have to have a certain
and I don't
amount
like
of
to interrupt.
You have to have a certain amount of diversity artificially, right? Again, artificial.
Hold on.
Stop right now. Hold on.
Zip it. Who's speaking?
Corvus. I'm gonna. There's so many things wrong.
Let me talk because I'm about to smoke you. What I'm about to say. You don't want to hear it because what I'm talking is fact.
Stop, Corvus. I don't know if you saw this part, but I'm not trying to do that right now. Listen, if you don't want to have an actual conversation, all you wanted to do is come up here to smoke somebody, which you're not doing, by the way. Fuck off somewhere else. I don't care. I'm not doing that.
But look, I'm just saying
about that. I said, if you
naturally, do you have a kid? Do you have children naturally? Do you have children naturally?
My parents
Don't
didn't.
go
children
there.
naturally.
Don't go there.
I was adopted.
No, you're about to
Can
I say something right here?
Stop. You're about to get schooled now. Because listen, I am gay.
I can do in every point that I make.
And yes, I can have children.
In every point I make is the same argument. In every point.
I can have children naturally if I choose to. I don't have to do anything special because I am a cisgendered male. Just because I'm gay doesn't mean I can't have children. This idea that gay people can't procreate is fucking ridiculous. We do it all the time. A lot of us have children. And a lot of us did it the natural way, the like you all want to sit there and claim. So you can fuck right off with that bullshit.
That's fucking weird, dude. Like my parents are hetero. No, shut up. My parents are a heteronormative couple. They didn't have children naturally. So this appeal to naturalism is really just kind of bullshit on your end. Mm-hmm. And again, everything that you said does not help your case with respect to how Christian nationalism treats people in the alphabet community or women, because quite frankly, people in the alphabet community did not have, notice my wording there, until the summer, July of 2015. So until then, since this country is founded in 1776, and we want to mark that as the legal start of our country, it has been well over 200 years of this group of, he ran.
Can I just say this?
Runner, he a track star.
Can I just say this as a black man right now? That this entire conversation pissed me the fuck off because of his ignorance. Am I the only one?
No,
that was stupid as fuck. That was so bad faith.
May I just reiterate my point?
Black woman, I can.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Lala, how'd you get muted? Hold on a second. Lala, what happened?
No, I said as a black woman, I concur.
Yeah, totally. All right, Cisco, what were you going to say?
I just wanted to say, and forgive me, Miss Lala, but again, I just want to reiterate my point that we cannot speak for others that are not ourselves. I am a 41-year-old gay biracial man, and I can in no way, shape, or form speak for any of you on the panel. You all have your own lived experiences, and I am in no way trying to minimize or anything your experience. Your experience is your experience. That's all I think.
Like, what got me so pissed off, besides the fact that he said if his, you know, his quote-unquote woman, which is fucking disgusting, but anyway, his partner, if she was in a two-piece, you have something to say about that. For starters, that's fucking weird. And secondly, how do you not know about the closure of public fucking school? Okay, not schools, the closure of public pools. How do you not know that? And it wasn't just the South. It wasn't even just the South. It happened up here in the North. I'm from Jersey, and they did that shit.
Yeah. He was saying, I mean, he couldn't even admit to it being bad. It took that other dude. I'm sorry, I cannot remember his name, but it took the other guy who was here to like literally coax him, and then even then he said, "Well, because you portrayed it in a racist manner," which just demonstrates this dude was not even engaging honestly.
Yeah. All right,
fucking bullshit.
We need to thin the panel down a little bit. So, Kay, Dragon, Daddy, and Cisco. Anything else you want to say?
Thank you. One.
I can actually head out. I just came because Oblivion paged me.
I appreciate that.
But being here, I got to hear a good old fashioned bash. Hey, handsome, slow down, which I haven't heard in a minute, and I'm here for it.
I appreciate
so,
you. Dragon.
Nice meeting you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Roz.
Cisco?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything you wanted to say?
I don't know. I'm disheartened by, obviously, like all of us, what's going on in the world, and but I'm hopeful for places like this that are a voice of reason and clarity, and all of your voices, the positive ones at least, have been positive and uplifting, and I appreciate you all.
So, small announcement before you drop off. If you want, give me a follow, because I have a Discord that'll be coming out open to the public soon. I want it to be a hub for activism, community building, and just grassroots movements. So I am having a Discord coming out that is divided up by state for people to post various protests and all kinds of other things per state. Also sections for like national stuff. I'm trying to make a really huge hub and become a real big community an organizer. So keep a lookout. When I let that go, please join. I would love to see everybody there, including you, Cisco. I appreciate it. All right. Okay. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about?
The only thing that I was talking about was when he was talking about being able to reproduce, right? It doesn't matter.
Right.
Doesn't matter. It's not my place even to judge. I say we listen and we don't judge.
Well, sometimes I be judging, Kay. I'm sorry.
Well, I do too. Hello. You know I'm the rude one, so.
1 second, Jay. I appreciate you. Yeah, I get you, Kay.
Go ahead, take Jay. Go ahead, take Jay.
All right, love. I'm gonna drop you down. I appreciate you so much. All right, Jay. Are you over 18?
Yes. Lord Jesus. I wish I wasn't though, because I don't like paying bills. It's just, I would gladly move back in my mother's house. I don't care what nobody says. No, but oh man, I've been listening, and first of all, I want to precursor by saying hello, everyone. Hello, world.
Hello,
love you guys, man. I hope you all had a wonderful day today. I'm gonna start off by saying no, I don't agree with everything that's been said by members of the panel. However, one phrase I do love so freaking much that one of you guys said. I can't. I wish I could remember who I contributed to when he said approach the conversation with open honesty. Like, I think that's how he said it. What have you? Approach the conversation honestly. My comment is not about someone's way of life. My comment is not about what I believe, my opinion, or anything like that. My comment is literally more about the things that divide us. And I wish to God there was a way that everybody, I don't care what your religious background was, what your preference is in the bedroom, what it is in the public, I don't give a damn. Like, can we all, in the words of the dude that got beat to death in Los Angeles, just get along sometime, Jesus? It's too much already to deal with, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm out here, like, bro, I'm from Louisiana, living in Virginia right now. I have no family here, you know what I'm saying? So my mindset is different. If you're gay, so what? Can we get together and play some cards, smoke some weed? Like, if you love the Lord, so what? Can we get together and shoot some basketball?
Watch your words for TikTok, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look, I ain't good on this TikTok thing.
You're fine.
Just raw. You know what I'm saying?
Just try not to say the name of the schmug that you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, for crying out loud,
I call that elevation on here. Can
I say for crying out loud?
Yeah, you can do that.
For crying out loud, can we just, like, at the end of the day, bro, what you do, like, who you choose to love, like, at the end of the day, like, my subscription to my religion, if you want to put it like that, if I can put it like that, may disagree with your lifestyle. But guess what? I am not your, what they say, my mama used to say, I don't have a heaven to put you in or a hell to throw you. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's not me. Like, yo, you gonna do what you gotta do. But watch this. If I see you on the side of the road and your tire's blown, I'm stopping. I'm helping. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm a human being first. And I just wish that we can get back to, and it transcends the LGBTQIA. If I miss a letter, God, y'all forgive me, please. Trust me, trust in my head, not my heart. I don't mean nothing by that. But it's not Democratic, it's not Republican, independent. Like, you can go down the line of the different categories that we get on TikTok, social media, and other places, and we, debate about which debate is good. It opens our minds up to other possibilities and, ability, ways to learn new stuff or whatever. But I wish it could be just about learning and not about division, because I learned so much about you just by listening to you and listening without the intent to argue. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I am going to make one request.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind. This is going to save a lot of headache for any other gay person you come across, any person in the LGBTQIA. Try to refrain your best from calling it a lifestyle, because that comes off as a choice, and it's not a choice, and that is oftentimes the reason.
Forgive me.
Well, no, I do. I'm just, the only reason
I didn't, like, again, yeah. I don't know.
No, I get you. But this is just like in life in general, just because a lot of people, the reason we get persecuted, they use the fact they're not the fact, but the idea that it is a choice against us to say that that's why we're wrong and bad and all these things. So when you say that, it kind of gives
I'm going to be honest with you. If me and you were to sit across from each other at a Starbucks and we got into the conversation, let's just be bland about it, religion or what have you, I wouldn't tell you, I don't use the argument. My argument is different. My argument is totally different. I don't even approach it using the Bible or whatever. But that's not for here. I didn't come on here to even go there, so I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I came on here to just promote unity, brother. Like, at the end of the day, God dang it, it's so much tearing us apart. I just wish we could all hold hands around a big bonfire and go in a circle or something. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, it's a lot, man.
No, I agree with you. We don't need to be as divided as we are, and we don't have to be. But it's going to take people learning past their own ignorance a bit, though.
Right.
Because here's the thing: I as a what I call a Mayo sapien, I had to deconstruct even some internal racism that I didn't know I had, even as a gay person.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah. So fact of the matter is,
and I'm doing the same thing with what you just said, because you just taught me about the word lifestyle.
So as long as we have people willing to do that, then we can always find ways to coexist. But the problem is with this stuff going on here in the country, it's a little harder to do. So that's what we're trying to figure out how to get around and how to fix that, because right now we're in trouble.
Let me say something to the people who might be
Hey,
listening.
I have to go.
Yeah,
I have to
I'm
feed the
go.
family.
I love you, Lama. Thank you.
Love you.
Bye bye. Have a good night. I want to say something to the people who call themselves Christians, because I call myself one too. And this is very important. Nowhere in the Bible will you find Jesus Christ, disciples, whomever else that you ascribe to, trying to correct someone with a tone of hate. If you believe that a person living a homosexual life or a person living whatever kind of life, drugs, sex outside of marriage, lying, stealing, cheating, all of it, we're not going to cherry pick, first of all. If you believe that, the way you correct people is with love. Like, don't get on these people panel arguing back and forth with them, please. Respect this man. Hey, this is his doggone channel. You feel me? Hey, let's have some decency. Because I'm gonna be honest, brother. I go to church, and sometimes I be ashamed when I'm listening to some of these people who call themselves Christians, and it's like, you can have the right message, if you will, you feel me, but the wrong delivery, and then don't nobody want to hear nothing you got to say. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, you could be, I could be totally wrong as a believer, and what you say about how life should be and how we should ascribe to great betterness in ourselves should be the right thing, and you won't be able to reach me if you're not speaking in a way of love. That's all I'm saying. Like, if we're going to get to the point where we feel like we need to correct somebody, come on, y'all. Let's be approach it with some humility. Because if you call yourself a Christian, like, God don't force himself on nobody. Whether you believe in him or not, he don't force himself on nobody. He never forced nobody to do nothing. First of all, let's put that out there. God don't force nobody to do nothing. It's you make a choice to follow him, or you make a choice to, worship him, or whatever the case may be. That being said, since it was your choice, allow others to make a choice and quit trying to force what you believe on people. Share, don't force, man. That's all I got. I love y'all each. You know what I'm saying? I love y'all. Bro, I'm not bald yet. But if I do lose my hair, I do hope I can get that shine that you got right there.
That's pretty nice.
Funny, that's a natural shine too.
Yeah, I see it, bro.
It looks good.
All right,
I love y'all, man. Y'all
Jay.
have a good night, man.
Appreciate you.
No problem.
All right, Miss Candace, I believe I had you up next. Are you over 18?
I am. How are y'all?
Good. How are you?
I am great. So I just have a feeling this is not going to go great for me at all. I had no idea, but
I promise to try to remain as calm and cool as possible.
yeah, I just had a difference of opinion. I actually like everything that's kind of going on behind the prompt. I don't think America's in trouble, but I think I'm gonna leave it there.
I mean, America is, but I do want to address one thing. Why do you think being part of the LGBTQ community is a choice?
Because, and again, I have no ill will. I have no hate. My opinion is that it is a choice, that people have a right to choose what it is that they want to do, and that, to me, that definitely is a choice.
Well,
But
that's kind of
not
like
really answering the question. What makes it a choice?
Yeah, can you point
Like everything else is a choice in life, sir.
I'm sorry, is it a choice?
Hold on.
Hang on.
So Candace, can I ask you a question? If you don't mind. So if what can you give me, like, around the roundabout date when you decided to be straight?
I think I was young. I was a kid, so.
But like, you made a conscious choice, or you just were?
Yes, I definitely made a conscious choice. Yes.
How did you make that choice? What do you mean?
I'm a person who has in my life been, when you, I'm not going to say you, when a person first starts feeling things, depending on what's around them to express that to, typically is what it is that they become attracted to. So I was around a lot of beautiful women more than I was men at a younger age, and it definitely was the opportunity there for me to choose to what can I say, to be with women, because my pum pum at the time might have thought that's what she wanted, but. And this is only for me, so I'm not talking about everybody else, but in my mind, once I came up with how humans are actually made and the natural selection of things, that I chose to go with
You're with the wrong one to say that to.
Are you gonna let me finish? See, that's what I'm like. I'm not disrespectful, so I don't like the disrespect. I'm very calm. I'm just stating the
so we
opinion.
can talk about what she says.
I mean,
Yeah. So
being respectful.
I know.
for me, I knew that I wanted to go with the natural selection of things. So yes, I definitely chose to be straight. And even today, because if I wanted to, I could choose to be in the community at any time if that's what I wanted to do. But I am choosing to be a part of the heterosexual community.
Again, you're with the wrong one when you said natural selection.
Yeah. Yeah, so like one of the things that I wanted to kind of get off my chest real quick, I think of everyone that I've spoken to, you're probably the only person who's somehow consciously, someone who's indicated that they can consciously choose their orientation, because that's really not how sexuality works, but
and that's
at all.
I don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just saying, like how y'all are saying that you don't choose something. I just don't see how you could tell another person how it is that they feel about natural selection. Like I'm okay.
That's not
with
natural
other
selection.
MZ, that's not how natural selection
That's not how that
is.
works. No.
Right.
If you're not into it,
you're
you're
using
not
the
into
wrong
it.
phrase.
And that's just basically what it is.
Yeah,
so
natural selection has nothing to do with choice.
Yeah, the natural selection is a natural part of the
Something to do
process.
with my choice. That's why I said it how I said it. That's what it has to do.
You're using the term wrong.
But
Okay.
but
that's fine.
even if
No
you're
worries.
saying that was your natural inclination, you're still saying that there was an inherent part of you that went that direction.
No, there's not an inherent part of me that went that direction. That's just the only thing that was around me for me to express myself to at the time.
Then explain how me as a gay man, never exposed to anything gay. I was raised primarily by my mother. I mean, my dad was around, obviously, but I was in the house with my mother most of the time, or with my sister who babysat me, my cousins who have a lot of females. I did not become attracted to females.
Well, again, I feel like that's your own personal journey, and that's fine. I personally feel like?
But that's why I'm saying it's not a choice that way, though.
It's right.
Well,
People don't. I mean, you're basically. If I may put this, hang on. I'm really trying to figure out.
We'll let you answer. Go ahead.
You interrupted me too. Look, I'm sorry. I was in the middle of trying to explain something, and you interrupted me. So.
Let's say what you're going to say, and then we'll come back to Candace.
The alphabet community in this country has not had the right to marry from the formulation of this country all the way up until 2015. In between that space was social ostracization.
Okay.
People had to live double lives.
He's right.
They often had to live in secret. There was not to mention, this was something that if you were caught, you wouldn't just be sent to a mental asylum, which I don't know if you're aware, I don't know if you've studied this. Mental asylums back in the day were just essentially akin to really big torture chambers. And I can provide all sorts of historical evidence for that.
Yep.
And if that wasn't bad enough, then typically there would be chemical castration. We saw that with Alan Turing very famously in the 1940s in Britain. Fun fact, that guy actually helped us beat the Yazidis, and if we would have been found out earlier, Britain may have been speaking German by now. Typically it would be sentencing to some sort of prison time. So I'm really curious as to why you believe someone chooses this sort of societal treatment.
Yeah.
That's my question.
I also think.
Okay.
I also think what you're describing is not so much as choosing to be straight, but choosing to suppress a part of your sexual identity. That's not choosing to be heterosexual. I'm unfortunately a heterosexual female, and the reality is it's not a choice I make. If I could choose, trust and believe, I wouldn't choose men.
It's the same for them.
I mean, even if...
Well, again, these are how it is that y'all feel. But again, I just...
No. Please answer my question. No, please answer my question. Please answer my question. Why would someone choose this? I know people threw a lot at you, but I did ask you a very direct question as it relates to history. I would like it answered, please.
Sir, it's not it's just how you treated for the choices it is that you're made. Consequently, the same way that, black people were treated because they were black. We didn't have a choice in that. That's just how we were treated.
So you let me finish. It is.
Are you gonna let me finish?
Sorry.
Right. It was wrong. It was wrong, of course. You know what I mean? It's not right to be treated that way for what it is that you choose to do, but that's just how it was handled. Now, that part has nothing to do with me.
For what you choose to do.
I don't say treat you bad because of your choices. I would have never invoked any of that on you.
It's not a choice.
But in my
if
mind,
you actually knew a gay person.
Let me finish.
All right,
finish.
Go ahead, please. I don't want to interrupt you.
It is a choice, and people. Thank you. And people can choose what it is that they decide to do. And for me, it's not me suppressing anything. It is an actual choice, because if I wanted to go eat a woman out today and live my life through in your community, I could do that because I have the right and the choice to do that. But because I don't, and it's not a choice that I want to make, I don't do that. I like men, and that's I choose men regardless of what it is that I have been through with men.
Here's a really big problem, and I want to address something really, really interesting. Actually, two things. Number one, Miss Candace, you're just showing that you actually don't know what a choice is. And also, second, this is a very serious question. If choosing to be in the community, like, for instance, being gay, right? If that was a choice, then how come up until recently being gay was labeled as a mental illness?
Like my answer to that, but I still think that gender dysphoria still is a real thing.
No, this has nothing to do with gender dysphoria. I said why? How come
At this point, we just talk about being...
Up until recently, being gay was labeled as a mental illness.
All right, you guys. All right. Let's bring the tone down a little bit.
Okay.
Golden, you were wanting to interject for a while now. I'm going to go ahead and let you throw yours in, and then I want Candace to answer the question.
Yes, hi. I'll speak on the behalf of nothing personal, but of my cousin, and who is older than me, is my mother's cousin. And I'll just relate this because he grew up in the 70s and the 80s, and he was gay, and he was black and lived in the South and so forth. And they tried. I mean, we're from a Black Baptist family. They tried. He literally thought about committing suicide. They tried to hook him up on dates and so forth. The real journey for someone who's actually gay is that they don't, especially back then, they didn't want to be ostracized. Because that's what happened back then. They got ostracized because people thought you were funny. And they tried and they tried and they tried and they just couldn't do it. And they would lie to themselves and so forth, and they couldn't until they broke down in tears. And what the coming out party was, because it's a coming out thing now, but it was a thing where back in the day that you just couldn't live a lie anymore. And it was painful, and it was hurtful, and so forth. And sometimes when they did come out, they had to leave town in threat of their lives. Because the good old boys, either black or white, would kill them. Seriously. Yeah. That's how it was back in the day. So no, I don't think gay people chose this. It would have been so much easier if they would have chose the other thing. And when you see that, and you see that struggle, and you actually know someone who fights with it and fights with it and fights with it, and their family and their pastor and their friends and community wants nothing to do with them, at what point do you say it's real? They're not choosing it, and they've tried. They tried to set them up on dates. They tried to take them to Christian camps. They did all of that, and it still didn't work. You know, and I've seen that within my own family. They didn't choose it. You know, and it's if you know someone that's like that and you care about them and you see them go through that whole struggle, and then when they finally do come out and they embrace it, and they're not care what the world thinks from that point, that's a proud moment for them.
Right. Thank you, Golden.
Real quick, I do want to say this. Again, Miss Candace, here's the problem when it comes to about people being disrespectful. You're using terms incorrectly, and you're just further demonstrating you don't know what a choice is. A choice is when your brain outweighs outcomes and acts upon those decisions. Being part of the community is not a choice. Your brain didn't outweigh those outcomes. It is already hardwired for that. That's why I specifically asked you, how come up until recently being gay was labeled as a mental illness? Because I was going to follow it up with, how come every single time someone was brought into a conversion camp, they didn't work? And also, if that were the case, if your sexuality, who you want to sleep with was a choice, can you choose your favorite movie? Can you choose your favorite ice cream flavor? Can you choose which allergies you can and cannot have? Because you can't. And when you said, the natural selection of things, number one, who you sleep with is definitely not a choice, and it's not about reproduction.
All right. Saved by Grace, you've been up for a while. What do you want? Are you over 18?
Am I what?
Are you over 18?
Oh yeah, I am. I am over. 18.
This is gonna get.
Well,
why you say?
We're gonna do our best to calm ourselves and not yell, because I'm not in the mood today. I'm just not. And if it gets too heated, I will take care of it myself. So
I'm with the puppers.
Pick a topic on the background to talk about.
Thank you, brother. Now I am with Candy. Is she go? Yeah. So
the fascist ran. Big surprise.
I'm not fascist, man.
Not you.
Yeah, so
no, not you.
I'm seeing like we all have tendencies, meaning like people by nature, they have a tendency to kill, steal.
Thank you, Retta.
Or being homosexual or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Sleep with anything, you know what I'm saying? But we all have tendency, but we can refrain ourselves. So now, being a choice is like so many things are out there for you, and you choose to do it. Of course, the other person say you can be hardwired eventually. Thoughts and curiosities and all that comes up, and then you have that psychological trap, and you go out and commit.
Saved. We're gonna stop for a second, okay? Because you've been going on for a minute now, and we need to take this a little bit by time.
Can I ask a question, dude?
Yeah, please do.
And this is to Save, and I can't see your name. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Saved by Grace.
Yeah, I said Saved, but I didn't know the other lady's name. How do you? So your position is that humans choose to engage in homosexual relationships.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you account for it in other mammals?
Other mammals, they follow nature.
No, bonobos engage in sexual activities, in homosexual same-sex interactions all the time. So do dolphins and lions and giraffes.
I was just about to say 80% of giraffe copulations between males.
So if it's an unnatural thing and it's a choice by humans, how are you explaining it when it occurs in nature?
So I watched many Animal Kingdom documentary. I haven't seen a lion going after a lion.
You can look it up.
You can look it up. There's even trans lions.
Hey, Save.
Lions.
Hey, Save. I think you remember me. Hey, it's Oblivion again, the one who was educating you how evolution worked. Yeah, male lions engage in copulation quite frequently, and so do other females.
To be honest with you, I never seen one.
Well, just because you haven't, literally by saying that, you are doing the same thing as taking a spoonful of water out of the ocean, looking at it and saying, there's no whales here.
Yeah, how many lions
do you live in the African Sahara or something?
Exactly.
We're talking about that's their daily life.
It is for the ones that live it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a lifestyle,
it's not a lifestyle.
I have a dog. Huh?
You're talking about a life.
It's not a lifestyle.
Yeah. Their lifestyle.
Real quick, can you make me big screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Dogs, right? Dogs. I mean, I have a dog, and then it would have.
Say, what's that?
Female lions.
Yeah, but see, found that, but I haven't. It's not like majority, or it's not like a common
ratio.
thing.
The ratio as of 2024 by its census is 62%.
And even if that's the case, even if it's not the case, the ratio doesn't matter. The fact that it even exists, and
also, Candace, that's not AI. I actually know where the photo was taken.
Right. Like you can read the study on them. You can even read about all the things that we're talking about. They're all published out there. Just because you personally haven't seen it is an idiotic stance to take on the subject to be against it when you literally just don't know.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying is, look, things that make sense for you, right? Logic, common sense. Right? Natural and unnatural. I mean, you can see an animal doing that.
The fact that you even think about sex in those terms is weird.
Yeah, it's not like that, dude.
No. What I'm saying is, what does it make common sense? Is it common sense for man to be a man with a man, a woman to be a with a woman?
Yes. If you actually studied anthropology, yeah, it's normal.
Okay, so there's love, there's sex, right?
Still looking at it wrong, but go ahead.
You know.
Yeah, you can love someone of the same sex. Okay, saved. It's normal.
How is it normal then when they are?
You ever think that the person going through that doesn't know?
I mean, did you see the rate?
They're not choosing it. That's what you're not getting.
They say it's a social, the social, the environment, the social.
It's not even about social.
No. What I'm saying, the suicidal rate. Okay.
Because of how society treats us.
Because everyone wants them to be like everybody else.
Because of how society treats us and tries to force us to act like you.
Well, I understand because I studied it, and then that's what I found out. But
why are you saying it's a choice if you study it?
Okay.
I think he's talking about trans issue.
Again,
trans is different.
No, it's LGBTQ.
Oh, see, that's what it is.
Number one.
It doesn't matter whether he's talking about trans or gay people. It doesn't matter. The same question still applies.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's true. What I'm trying to say is, for you, your makeup, your body makeup, right? By nature, is for going opposite to opposite. I mean, positive to positive, negative to positive, right? It's like how is that? You are engaging in.
Not my fault if you don't understand it.
You're not producing anything.
Saved. Let Fee respond to you, and then Dr. Joe up there is somebody, an actual professional in these things, who would love to have a statement for you. So Fee, go ahead.
So you do realize that there was a time in history that people who were left-handed were stigmatized, as being unnatural. They were forced to learn how to use their right hands simply because they were born left-handed, which is a natural variation in human biology. If we can realize that as humans and through scientific means and understanding and learning more about how our brains work and how our identities are formed and what genetic factors make up who we are, why are you incapable of seeing members of the LGBTQIA community in the same way? Just as a difference, a variation in the tapestry of humanity.
Okay, here's my thing. Thank you. Social stigma is very bad. He mentioned about mental illness as well. I can tell you that's a bad thing. My only thing, I don't deny that LGBT didn't exist just in America in a few years. It existed, thousands of years ago. I understand. Yeah, but the issue that I have, and then the thing that I'm trying to explain is
Let's go.
It is not, you are not born that way. That's what I'm trying to say.
How can you?
Because I've seen a man he was a gay man, and then he got married with a woman, and he got children.
Hey, Save, what formal study have you done to actually make that conclusion?
Apart from the recent study, we didn't have, because
No, I said what formal studies have you partaken in order to get to the conclusion?
Or no science, actually, there is no science.
That right there proves. No, wait, hold on, Dugald. I got this, because I did this before. He keeps doing this. He does this before. Save, are you sure? Do you want me or Joe to bring up all the resources again that demonstrate that you were incorrect?
Yeah, you can bring me before 10 years.
Well, I just think the where he's coming from is not real from someone who actually lived it. No. Like for what I mean, realistically,
it wasn't backed up by science ever, and it has. But we did this song and dance before. He just never concedes to it. And also, Miss Candace, again, your bigotry is showing. Thank you for actually unveiling yourself.
Oblivion, maybe you could show me before.
If he's no, hold on. Save, stop.
Let's study.
Save, stop. If you've already been down this road with Oblivion before, and Night Fee, I appreciate you. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
He was talking about
just say if you have talked to Oblivion about this before, and he has shown you the evidence between the things we're talking about.
No, he did not.
You let me. This is how I know you didn't come up here for a genuine conversation, because I can't even get more than a few words out before you decide to respond. So you're not here for a genuine conversation.
I am.
No, you're not. Because you wouldn't be here to try and argue and just get gotchas and respond before I even get all the words out. You would be listening and actually participating in the things that we're saying and maybe actually listening. But you're not doing either of those.
I don't know how you see it, but I'm listening.
No, you're not. If I cannot get more than 3 words out and all you're doing is talking and responding, then you're not listening.
Okay.
Save, how much do you know about medical, psychological, and scientific peer-reviewed research?
In fact, I am a PhD student on psychology now.
I call BS.
Yeah, that's what you guys say, but I am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is the proper terminology?
Hold on, Oblivion.
I am actually somebody who's done peer-reviewed research.
20
I've been trained in
review studies on transgender. That's how I told you.
Saved.
I didn't find.
Saved. We just had this conversation.
So I am somebody who actually has done peer-reviewed research, and I've been trained in evaluating peer-reviewed research. In my clinical practice, I see people regularly who have been traumatized by high-control conservative religions' approach and worldview around the rainbow community. That is an absolute fact. And by the way, I began my journey to be a clinician in a seminary when I was still very much thinking I was a Christian.
So I have to show the list again because he keeps doing the whole 10 years. Also, again, Dugald, can I please get your screen? I showed this before. The oldest one here came from 1997 on homosexuality in Africa.
Go ahead, read it. 1997.
All these different studies right here. I gave you the entirety of the list, and I said to you specifically, hey, Saved, next time you come on a panel with me saying this stuff, can you come back and actually have, okay, with these studies and show them how they're wrong? Did you do that?
What is these studies saying?
No. If he gave you the list before and you told him,
no, he did. I don't remember.
Go look at them and come back.
He can send it to me. I'll do that. Much obliged.
Dude, what is so hard about stuff?
Oblivion, send me that list.
Talking?
He didn't.
Where do you think you are? Do you think you're in your own house? Shut up when I'm talking. Jesus Christ, y'all are.
Oh, do you believe in Jesus Christ though? That's crazy.
You're like this is how I know that he's not a PhD candidate.
PhDs know how to listen.
Hi, can I say something about normalcy and just making an opinion based on what feels natural and normal?
I just had one question before we veer off, just for Saved. I'm sorry, because it's along the same things. Hey, Saved, did you know that there are different types of animal groups that can change sex for reproduction? So if it's not natural or in nature, why can ducks do it and other ones? That's my only question.
If God made them that way, yes.
Then God made all of his children that way.
The Bible says God made male and female.
He didn't give a playbook of how they're supposed to go.
He did.
And also, again, say if that were the case, how come there are no male and female snails?
Well, that's true. That's a different...
If that's the case, then how come we have multiple organisms that are not male or female?
But that doesn't apply to humans.
It does, actually. Do you know the original...
Humans are animals.
Hold on a second.
We are animals.
Saved, did you not know that the original Saved? Oh my God. What the fuck, man? Is it me? Is it just my voice? Like, what the fuck? I lost my train of thought. You know what? You were on my last nerve. Go away.
Yes, Reese, you are an animal by definition.
These people are getting on my last nerve.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Like I said, like, is it a full moon? Or, when the lives go, when, the lives go up, the biggest come out to play.
Diabolical, because that's what God intended. Sorry.
Saved, I don't care what your Jesus thinks and loves.
Also, Jesus doesn't love me. Last time I checked, he said, I have not come for the Gentile, I've come for the lost sheep of Israel. Last time I checked, I'm not an Israelite.
Yeah. Whenever it goes into like the God Bible arguments, it's just like, okay, I'm just going to shut off my brain because this is going nowhere.
And to be quite honest, I don't care if your Jesus was real or not. I don't care if he loves me or not. It's not the point of any of this. I don't fucking care.
Ugh. The one thing I can say is it just wasn't real based on the experience I've had, because I've seen it and been part of it, and it's just like a lot of, because I went to high school in the 90s, and it was just like for people coming out back then, it was just like they might not even know when they were freshmen themselves and so forth. Like anyone who says it's a choice is just ignorant. Yeah. It's ignorant. Like it's just
this
mad.
Is why I said
ignorant.
earlier when Miss Candace was up here, you are literally saying that you don't know what a choice actually is.
All right, Concrete, are you ever 18?
Yeah, I'm 27.
All right, and do you want to pick one of the points on the background to talk about?
I'm kind of just listening right now.
All right, well, I'm going to take you back down. Thank you.
Hi, can I make my point that I wanted to make regarding normalcy? Yeah. So I want everyone to realize, like, we're all just like a bunch of brains. There's like however many billion brains in this world, like 7 billion brains, whatever. There is so much information and culture and history, religions, you name it. There is way more information than any one of us. So if you picture like the world and all of its storied history and everything as one just big block of information, you can only take a little spoonful of it. And that little block of information, that is what shapes your reality. So we all have our own different perceptions of reality based on, geographic location, what we're exposed to. And many times when there's like a lot of people who fall like within a majority and they build their own little realities, they get a sense of what is normal to them, just like how I have a sense of what is normal to me. And anyone who says, well, this is how it is because it's normal, it's natural. Well, yes, maybe in your little bubble, that's what you perceive to be normal or natural, but open up your mind a little bit and you will find other people do not share that same perspective. And it's not just like our opinion. It's like, no, this is our reality. It's like I, as like a bi person and trans person, like that was never a choice. And for someone, because it's not a choice to them, that's how they perceive it, because they're like, no, I can just choose to be, I just don't want to. It's like, put yourself in someone else's shoes and like open up your world a little bit and like listen to people.
Here's my issue.
Argument. That's the problem. They know.
Here's my issue with that statement. Number one, you have a supercomputer in the palm of your hand. So I don't find that as an excuse. Also, on top of that, when it comes to things like when we say natural, also like I'm trying to move away from even using the term natural because normal technically doesn't exist. But anyway, when we talk about things that are natural, I am referring to anything that we observe that is actually in reality, that is in the literature. When it comes into what people think is natural, I really do not care unless there is evidence to back it up.
Well, that's essentially what I'm saying. I agree with you.
Yeah. All right.
Like what Save said, I've never seen, and also Miss Candace trying to say it was AI. But anyway, like Save said, I've never seen two male lions mount each other. And as soon as I put up an image of two male lions that were mounting each other in Zimbabwe in the middle of a road, immediately was nuh-uh.
All right. I'm going to get through the last guest that we just brought up, and then I think I'm going to wrap it up. I've been on for about 5 hours now.
All right.
So I appreciate you, Alice. Thank you so much for coming up. All right, Victoria, are you over 18? Victoria? Oh, she didn't know she's up here. All right. All right. Mary Poppins, are you over 18?
I am.
All right. And do you want to pick one of the topics to talk about?
Sure, I'll let you pick.
No, well, that's kind of what I want you all to do.
let's go with science denial for 500.
All right.
Thank you.
And what do you have to say about it?
There's only 2 genders.
Oh boy. How did I know
There's
this?
not, but okay.
Okay. Show me one other person that is not XX or XY.
People who are intersex, you could have XXX, XXY, and so on and so forth. So far, right now, I think there's over 60 different combinations.
Mm-hmm.
No,
But
not
also-
at all.
Yeah,
there
Cite
is.
your source, then, Mary. Cite your source.
No, there is not. There's men and there's
So your source is not.
Cite your source.
source is not-
Like you're literally denying that people who are intersex exist.
Your source is not.
Yeah, pretty much. There's men and there's women.
That's pretty pathetic.
And also, men and women are a
Does
gender,
an
not a
XXY or a YYX produce a child?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, also, wait, Mary. Yes.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
No, they don't, because they don't
Again,
exist.
cite your source.
Mary,
Men
this
who are
is how we
intersex
know
are
that you
infertile.
don't know what you're talking about, and you're talking from bigotry and ignorance, because you're literally stating
What does
things
bigotry
that have
mean?
been
Because
true,
bigotry
proven
has nothing
true.
to do with that.
No, it is bigoted because it is wrong, and you're spouting it as if it's true because you think it proves some kind of point you have, because you have some type of, I don't know,
That doesn't. What
against
even
gay people or
bigotry
trans
mean?
people. You have this thing that you don't know and you don't understand, and you're speaking nonsense and ignorance out of fear or maybe lust. I don't know.
scared.
But either way, Mary,
scared.
you're saying things that scientists,
there's
quite
only men
actual
and
scientists would disagree with you on, and your Mary Poppins TikTok warrior think that you have the credentials to speak on anything beyond that is amazing to me.
What are you?
That
Are you an
think
XY
that
or are you an
know.
XXY?
That's amazing that you think you know.
Well, Mary, did you
had your chromosomes
Wait, actually-
tested, Mary? Have you had
Yeah.
your chromosomes
I'm an
tested,
XX.
Mary?
I'm an XX because I have a
Really?
uterus.
That's great for you.
Hey,
You're
Mary,
physical.
people who
You're
are
a physical
intersex can
person.
have a
That's great
uterus.
for you, Mary, but there are other people that exist.
Did
Here
you have
go,
your
Mary.
chromosomes
Here's some
tested?
people for you.
Are you
Here's some stuff for you, Mary. How about you
Are
take
you
a read?
short a
How about
chromosome?
you take a read, Mary?
Are you short?
Take a read,
chromosome?
Are
Yes, apparently you are
Take a
short.
read, Mary.
Are you a
Read the
female?
screen, Mary.
Are you like one
Read
of those
the screen,
frogs?
Mary.
Put one up there
Read
that
the
says
screen,
Omniscience.
Mary.
Doesn't
Read
mean
the
it's
screen,
accurate.
Mary. Read the fucking screen, Mary. Read the screen or get down. One of the two. These are your only 2 options I'm going to give you. You come off mute, you either read the screen or tell me you're hopping down. It's one of the 2. Pick one. Pick one.
I literally have a whole file on this. I could do this all day.
Mary. Oh, Mary. Read the screen or get down. Pick one. That's what I thought. You ain't trying to do it.
I could literally do this all day. I have an entire file dedicated to this.
These fucking people. All right, we're gonna cycle back through. Ty, do you want to talk about any of the points in the background? Yep, she ran too. All right, Wolf, are you over 18?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Do you want to pick one of the topics to talk about?
The Christian nationalism one.
All right, what do you want to say?
Why is that bad?
Why is Christian nationalism bad?
Yeah, sure.
Number 1, this country was not founded on Christian values. Number 2, this country was also founded on religious freedom. Number 3, Christian nationalism is taking away the rights and liberties of individuals and people. So at that point, it's not whether or not Christian nationalism is bad. It's, do you agree that we should be taking rights away from the populace?
On top of that, hold on. On top of that, nationalism is extreme right movements that are to the detriment of other countries. So any time you're causing harm to other people just to further yourself, that is inherently bad.
Why is that inherently bad?
Because you're causing harm to other people.
Why is harm bad?
Are you serious? Because you can measure harm and it has adverse effects on people.
Is harm not subjective?
Again,
No,
Wolf, do you think
harm is not subjective? Harm is
real quick. I know
your
exactly this
justification for that?
argument. I know this exact argument.
Okay,
Wolf, do
go
you
for it.
think that
What's
do you
the,
think that suffering is necessary? Do you think suffering is necessary?
No, I don't think anything's necessary.
Okay, do you think that suffering exists?
In what sense?
Do you think suffering exists? Do you think that individuals endure suffering?
No, because I think it's subjective.
Again, just saying that's subjective doesn't mean that it does or does not exist.
Yeah, I
I'm
said no
asking
because
you,
that's
do you think
subjective.
people-
I said no and I gave a qualifier.
Again, what is that qualifier?
No, because it's subjective.
Then then everything that you are witness to is subjective.
To a degree, yeah.
Okay,
when
to
it
which
comes
degree?
to especially,
Well, bros.
what do you mean?
To
You
which
said
degree?
To which degree?
Yeah.
You said everything you are a witness to is
Name
subjective.
something
Yeah,
that's not
you're
name something that's not subjective.
Something that needs to happen without you witnessing it.
Yeah,
you
give me an
that-
example.
Well, you said the things that I witness are. I'm witnessing them. I'm the subject. It's subjective. Right?
Yeah, but
Is
you're
it not?
still saying that everything that that you're witnessing is subjective.
Right, because I'm the one that
I'm asking
that
you,
is
give me
witnessing
an
it.
example of something that's not subjective.
Probably like mathematics.
How is mathematics not subjective?
Because it doesn't need to be observed for it to be true.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
You're positive?
Sure.
Okay, so what's 2 plus 2?
It would be 4.
Based on what?
What do you mean?
Yeah, did I do... Okay, am I talking about base 10 or base 11?
What do you mean?
Do you not know what base 11 mathematics is?
No, assume I don't. Here. Assume I
Or how
have no
about
clue
base
what you're talking
4?
about. Assume
Or
I
how
have no
about
clue.
base 4 or base
Just assume
12?
I don't know.
That's the whole problem.
Yeah, so just explain it. So when you say base 10 or base 4, whatever, just assume
Your
that I don't know.
your argument falls apart because I'm immediately arguing solipsism.
Okay.
That's where your argument falls apart. Like if you're going to be a solips, there's no point in having a conversation.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Bros are
Okay,
useless.
so are you
people on the
admitting that
panel.
are you admitting to being a solips?
Nope.
I find Philbros to be useless.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so you can drop. Bye.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to engage. I mean, you don't have to get
We're not.
upset.
That's why I'm taking you down. Philbro bullshit is useless, circular, and you guys spend an awful lot of time and a lot of $1 million words to say absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Immediately caught it on there when you started arguing and saying that why is it bad because of harm and saying what constitutes as harm. I'm just going to argue solipsism just to point out that you're a fucking solips.
Yeah. And Wolf, nobody's upset. You all annoy me. I find your entire way of doing things obnoxious and useless. You all talk big words that everybody understands that you think nobody understands, that all say a bunch of nothing, and it's just useless. Okay, same. Then why are you here? I took you down because you're a Philbro. You're here.
Hey, Darren, for TikTok purposes, can I please get an age?
Oh, yeah, 39.
Okay, do you want to talk about anything on, the topics?
Actually, I am a friendly. I didn't want to take up your spot, but I had a little bit of information I thought you might like to shut those two bigots up. By the way, I am ex-Christian and sadly, remorsefully ex-bigot. I think as all ex-Christians are.
Yeah.
But I actually study underneath a naturopathic doctor, Dr. Joel Wallach. And if you want to take that name down, he's got some research on what occurs in the brain during gestation with
I think I have it in my notes. You said Wallach?
Yeah, Dr. Joel Wallach.
Yeah, I think he's in my notes.
Yeah, he's a leading naturopath pretty much worldwide. And
how do you spell his last name?
Yeah, Wallach is Wallach.
ACH, okay. And what was the first thing you said?
Joel, Joel.
All right, Joel.
Yeah, and basically in You know, I'm not a scientist or doctor myself, so this is just me relaying the information I've studied under his research. But there is a specific part of the brain during gestation that, as it receives certain amino acids, it has to fall in a certain range for you to be heterosexual. It has to fall in another range to be homosexual. Then it has to fall into another range to be asexual. Beyond that, with anything else as far as identification, I don't know. But basically, if the God of the Bible was creating all beings and created the scenario where the infant could be born a homosexual because the proteins present in the brain at that time of gestation created that environment, then he is responsible, A, for creating it, right? And B, the individual is in fact born that way. So this is hardcore physical, science-based research in medicine that completely will obliterate their argument. Of course, they'll fight against it because that's what closed-minded people do. But yeah, I've heard probably, oh man, I've listened to you for probably about a month, and Joel reads Bible a couple months. I'm just trying to find more of you guys. And I've seen so many people on here arguing the homosexual argument from the Christian standpoint. So you can take this, and just like they do with their religion, you can shove it down their throat because they can't refute this.
Right.
They can't.
They don't. Well, but they will, because they don't like science. But I will say
exactly.
I will say this. I will look it up and stuff. But please, in my link tree, on my bio, is a Discord link. If you don't have Discord, I suggest getting it, because in our Discord, it's kind of like a big chat group where we have different channels for different functions. Every creator who's like me, who does these type of topics, all of us have a channel there for the most part. And also, we have a lot of resources and research available, and a lot of professionals in our community for various things that you can ask questions to.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I've been meaning to. I'm kind of slow on that end of it. I downloaded the Discord app, but I haven't got the username set up, so I got to do that.
Once you do,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, once you do, grab that because, like I said, there's stuff on there about resources on religious research and things they found, and like interpretations. There are people that offer classes and various stuff. There are people that are there for mental health and helping deconstruct. Our community itself is like 2,000 plus people. And all of us creators have channels there, so you'll find all kinds of shit on there you want. Yeah, I'm gonna really enjoy that. I've been making my own list of contradictory things within the Bible, and I believe his name's Justin on deconstruction. Yeah, I can tap into that. Yeah, because I'll tell you what, it was tough. It was like the past few years on my own doing this, and finding you guys on TikTok has been amazing. But I was one of those Christians. Did you subscribe to this? Okay. So you got to
do. I'm gonna drop down. So
I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, I've got to grab some more. I've got to subscribe to more. But like, I'm on Christina Carroll's and Fluff, and
Oh, then you've seen me around
6 or 7.
Well.
So. Yeah. Well, I've seen you on there, and then I finally saw you on a live on your actually doing your own live. So I caught you about a month ago, and I've caught you a few times, but no, man, I really it's sad that the old me was like, oh, homosexuals, that's a sin, like that's horrible, that's disgusting, and then I'm like, yeah, and then I deconstruct, I'm like, first off, what the hell, and then you actually see science and you see things that show and explain what's going on there, and so they can't refute that. And I'm sick and tired of hearing these people come on here. And if I can give you guys access to one other little bit of ammunition, sure. I wanted to share that with you. So I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna let you go. Hopefully, you have a better night than you did dealing with these knuckleheads.
I appreciate you, Darren. Thank you so much.
Hey, I'll see you around. Take care.
No problem. All right, and Kravis, you're gonna be my last person tonight. Are you over 18? I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you want to pick one of the topics for me?
I have actually big news, right? I mean, Jesus Christ was a homosexual himself. He only walked with men. You know, he liked young men, right?
I agree with you.
At the Last Supper, he had a huge orgy, right, with men.
Yep, I agree with you there. I do not disagree with you because he was even caught with a little boy, wasn't he? So he was a little bit more than just gay. He was a lot worse.
And he was actually sodomized on the cross. And he got a boner while being sodomized. Right?
Oh, there it goes. Anyway. All right, y'all. Do me a favor. Go raid G-Spot because I am going to go get some dinner because it's really late. And then I got to get up in 5 minutes after that. So go raid G-Spot, everybody. See y'all.